check, 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 check. Uh-oh. Gentlemen, if you can hear my voice, I think you know what that means. I want to give a big, warm welcome to everybody outside and the few people who are inside. Thank you for being present. Welcome to AfricArena 2022. Yeah, I heard a woo out there. You see that? Are we getting excited? Are we hot? Are we ready? Oh, we're a little... Everybody on their feet. I see people moseying in. That makes me so happy. I love to see your smiling faces. Your hands in the air. You're excited? Hello. I got my co-host Stuart with me, and he should be ready to go. I'm not. You're not.
I am now. Yes, I am now. Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Well rested. Hot to trot.
Lovely. When did you arrive in our beautiful country, Nick?
I flew in on Friday, and I'm staying a short week, tight.
A short week. Different to an African week, which is a bit longer.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
And I don't get Friday afternoon off.
Ah.
No brides for me this time.
Oh, what a pity. What a pity. But we've got a great conference lined up, yes?
Yes, sir.
Amazing.
For info, before we get started, I just want to give a shout out to the Wi-Fi, which is still offline. There is a saying that says, no Wi-Fi is better than slow Wi-Fi. But in any case, we're going to get that up and running and get the password sorted as quickly as possible. For those of you who can hear me, but cannot see me, that means that you should make your way into the big room with all the chairs and find a seat, because we are going to kick off momentarily.
That's correct. We're going to start off with a little bit of entertainment, as we always do over here at AfricArena, just to get the vibes right. So if you are outside, it's time to make your way inside. We've got some awesome African fusion music lined up for you, just to set the tone for this year's conference.
If you like African traditional fusion with psychedelic, it's going to be right up your alley. You know I'm going to be front row, cheering, and I'm probably going to try and get a t-shirt afterwards as well.
Yes, that's because you've taken your psychedelics. So it is, not all the jokes are for everyone, but you two over here, I'm just doing them for you guys over here. So if you're outside, guys, grab a cup of coffee, grab a water, make your way inside. We are going to kick off with a little bit of entertainment before we kick off with the actual program here at AfricArena 2022.
And another quick announcement as well, if you haven't done so already, I strongly suggest you download the app, AfricArena Wired. It is available on the Google Play Store and the Apple Store, whatever they call it. The download, where you download your apps, you will be able to find it. And in there, you will have all the content from today live streamed with notifications. So if you turn notifications on the app, if you're having a conversation, you'll get a little buzz on your phone saying, hey, this great keynote is starting. Make your way to the big room and say hello to Nick and Stuart.
Yes, that's exactly what it'll say.
Fantastic. I see people coming in. I'm so happy to have you. Thank you for being present today. And I'm getting my picture taken already.
Fantastic. Guys, shall we get going with a little bit of entertainment just to kick it off? I know people are still trickling in, but you over here in my present crowd over here, are you guys going to give me lots of energy and give our band lots of energy? Yes. Okay, can we do a sort of test round of applause?
Exactly.
I think is in order. So perhaps on the count of 3, if you guys over here can run around, pretend to be a crowd, take some money, fold it up, throw it in the air. If there are small children, throw that at the stage as well. Just go absolutely. 1, 2, 3.
We can do better than that,
Thank you,
ladies
sir.
and gentlemen. Good
Just
start.
For that, we will hook you up with some venture capital. The person who makes the loudest noise, there's venture capital available.
So one more time for that applause. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 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 yes. That's beautiful. That level of energy is what I'm looking for all throughout the day. Trust me, it's going to be easy to maintain because everything happening on this side of the stage is going to give you that energy, I promise.
Yes, they're going to get you up and running. And I think it's time that we get them up on stage. We don't have them for a long time, but we have them for a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a massive round of applause for our band as they make their way to the stage? It is Morena Leraba.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Again for having us. We are Morena Leraba. Find us on all of the streaming things. Thank you very much.
mojete. Hey, la que sola que buega mesa. Hey, hey, sera, sera. 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 Hey, hey, sera, sera.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause there for Morena Leraba.
Thank you very much.
My, oh me, oh me, oh my. Keep that a round of applause going. That was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Amazing stuff, guys. What a way to start Africa Arena 2022. Good morning.
And if you enjoyed that music, Morena Leraba is found on all the social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and etc. You can go like their page and listen to their music and continue the fun.
Thank you very much, Nick. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to Africa Arena 2022. It is not television. You can talk back. So, good morning.
Woo!
Lovely. My name is Stuart Taylor. I'll be one of your MCs today and my co-host over here.
Hello, nice to meet you. For those who don't know me, my name is Nick Bjorklund. Hello and good morning.
I feel a little bit discriminatory that we're only saying hello and good morning in English. So we should probably greet in other language. Goeiemorgen. Other people here from possibly South Africa. Goeiemorgen. One hand over there. Any other?
Mais ce n'est pas tout. Pour nos francophones, bonjour et bienvenue. Ah, ben voilà.
I love the fact that Nick said, can you greet in African? Nick, we've got many of those languages in our country, in our content.
11.
But I'll just do one. I'll do one. Molweni. Okay.
But it doesn't stop there. We have a Korean delegation with them, and to them I say, Annyeong Hashimnika. Thank you very much for being present. Get a round of applause. That's a lot of effort from us. All right, so a couple things just to kick off. One, AfricArena app AfricArena Wired, available on the Google Play Store and the App Store for the iPhones, is up and running. Our live stream is currently happening right now. But on top of that, you can find all the content from all AfricArena events. That means podcasts, pitches, keynotes, panels, all on the app. Honestly, if you open it up right now, you could spend 3 days just scrolling through that content. So download it and keep up and notifications.
Absolutely. On some more practical things, I've got to say, please note that there's a no smoking area, that the bathrooms are outside over there, that lunch and so on is going to be served. Yes, we will have breaks where you can have a bit of a stretch. So, guys, we want your undivided attention today. Basically, or at least for this entire conference, what you get out of it is about the amount of effort that gets put in when you are in this room over here. Trust me when I say we have got some amazing minds up on the stage over here sharing their knowledge. And if you take advantage of that, man, it is going to stand you in good stead for you and your business.
Yes, sirree, Bob. Now, there is a bit of bad news that I have to deliver, and, don't shoot the messenger, as they say. For our international friends or those without a telephone service who rely and depend on Wi-Fi, as we all do in 2022, there is a big problem with our Wi-Fi, which means that, have you ever heard the phrase, start before you're ready? Yeah? Apparently, our friends at the Old Biscuit Mill started before they're ready. So, we have a new Wi-Fi system on its way being tracked because it's 2022. We can see the Uber in real time. I will keep you briefed as soon as that's up and running, and I'll give you Wi-Fi name and password so you can get connected and share all these lovely things on LinkedIn and the rest.
Can I be very honest and tell people what actually happened? Because Nick over here is being very diplomatic, but I know my friends over here from the city of Cape Town knows where we are. We are in Woodstock now. Guys, the internet got stolen. That's what happened. We just realized that the internet got stolen. We've got new internet coming, but it's par for the course. Nick, before you leave, I guarantee. No, I won't guarantee that something will get stolen from you. I'm joking about that. But I did live up the road over here. And, you know, every morning you'd wake up and go, what's been stolen today? And they steal strange things. They'll steal your Wi-Fi. They won't steal your car. They'll steal the windscreen out of your car. It's a fantastic adventure when you live over here on the side of the world. So
let's keep it light. Let's keep it light. We're in a lovely environment. The sun is coming out. The fog is rolling away. The temperature's coming up, and we're seeing these beautiful, lovely Cape Town mornings that we are so accustomed to. How are we feeling about that, at least?
We are feeling good. Can I just find out, though, because I would like to know how many people in this room over here, it's their first tech conference, or they are, you know.
First AfricArena is a better question.
First AfricArena. Can we see by show of hands how many first times? Oh,
wow.
Wow,
a lot of first-timers. All right.
We are talking to them as though they know what to expect. No.
Exactly.
Do you want to give them a little bit of insight in terms of how this conference rolls out?
All right. Well, in a few moments, you're going to have the man of the hour, Christoph, who's going to come up and give you the full detailed briefing. But I'm permitted by contract to give you a little bit of a teaser. So, up today, we have keynote speeches by experts, professionals, CEOs, and the rest who are going to share with you their experience, their know-how, and more. Then we're going to get those people together on stage so that they can discuss, debate, and talk about exciting ideas and the solutions of the tomorrow that we're building today. Lastly, talking of solutions of tomorrow that we're building today, we have jam-packed over the next 3 days startups from all over the world, all over the continent of Africa, investors present who will be judged on their pitches and solutions. So, can we give a big round of applause and a bit of motivation for all those startups who are probably sweating and trembling in their yeah, there we go, people. All right. And be careful with that applause and that energy. As I said earlier, I'm going to be asking for a lot of that over the day. So get your hands warmed up, do some stretching.
I do want to reiterate something I said a little bit earlier. And this I learned, guys, my very first time I did AfricArena. You can get so much out of this conference if you stay present, if you take those notes, if you put up your hand and ask those questions. Trust me, you can learn so much. All the information you need, all the partners you need to partner with, the next big break for you is possibly in this room. So make sure, number one, that you are here and present and in the room and listening to the speakers, being here for the panels. But also, when you are out there, read the name tags. Your next business partner, your venture capitalist, etc., might be walking around there. So certainly make use of the time to network.
With that being said, after every keynote and every panel, there will be an opportunity for you as audience members to speak directly with the people speaking. But not only that, we've arranged for deal rooms and areas outside that after every pitch challenge, after every pitch battle, we will have the startups move directly over there. So if you are a professional or if you are looking for somebody who just saw somebody on stage and said, I would love to meet that person, I need to talk to them more, you will be able to find them outside in our deal room where you can sit down in an isolated area and talk more details and more specifics that we cannot fit into the 3-5 minutes of a pitch.
Yes, I love the fact that it's called a deal room.
Of course.
It is a deal room, guys.
Of course.
And we hope that many of those deals get made here at AfricArena 2022.
So one thing I like to remind you all, because I'm a very startup and pitch-oriented person myself. I'm a pitch coach and public speaking trainer. What I like to remind people who listen to these pitches is that you're listening to such a small sliver. You're listening to 3 minutes, 5 minutes of a project that has probably been in motion, in preparation, has been worked on, thought about, and built for months, if not years already. And we have to condense and synthesize that into a matter of minutes. So just remember, when you listen to these startups and these founders, how much passion is actually behind each of their words, how much time they've spent crafting each one of those slides. Who here likes to make a PowerPoint? Oh, we got one person. You see?
One and a half hands. One person was sort of embarrassed about the fact that they like it.
I myself, being a small business owner and technically a startup, but not really, I have to use PowerPoint all the time. And I think, who here does not like using PowerPoint? There, yeah, see, that's majority. That's majority. Who here doesn't like using PowerPoint but does it anyway? Exactly. And I've got bad news for you, ladies and gentlemen. There is no solution to that PowerPoint was built in the 80s, and it is here to stay 40 years later, and it is not going anywhere anytime soon. Round of applause for PowerPoint.
Yay!
Yeah, exactly. You
That's
see
how
that?
much-
You see that
That's how much
lukewarm?
enthusiasm we have for PowerPoint over there. Okay,
All right.
Nick, I think it's time for us to get the show on the road.
Ladies and gentlemen, practice your applause. I need a big round of applause, a big warm welcome for Christophe Vialno. Come on down, the man of the hour. Awesome, Mike.
Thank you, guys. Welcome, everyone. We're so excited to host you for the 6th edition of the AfricArena Grand Summit here in Cape Town. This closes an incredible year for us of 4 regional summits, Johannesburg, Dakar, Tunis, Nairobi, and of course, a great event in Paris. So we couldn't be more excited to host you here for this great edition. We're expecting a lot of investors, many entrepreneurs, and more specifically, anyone in the ecosystem contributing to build this great African tech ecosystem we've got. So I just would like to introduce this event together with one of our longest supporters, an amazing lady who's been with us for 6 years, and she's now the chairperson of the Technology Innovation Agency. I'd like to welcome on stage the amazing Maxime Disse. No, come on, guys. Give it. Thank you.
It's okay.
So, you've
Hi,
just been at
Chris.
the VC conference for this last 3 days over the weekend with over 70 investors coming from all over the world.
Yeah.
What is your thoughts after 6 years? How much journey have we traveled to get to this point?
I must say, welcome everybody, and it's so exciting. It feels like a family meeting more than a conference. Familiar faces, it's always good to welcome new faces, but I think Christophe making reference to the weekend and kickstarting this amazing grand summit, it's a reflection of the work you as AfricArena have done. Since we started in Century City, there's a small little gathering of Cape Townian techies, a few investors here and there. It was not global, it was not continental. And over the years, you've just seen this amazing platform become a home for technology entrepreneurs for Africa. Whether it's in Paris, whether it's in Dakar, whether it's in Nairobi, whether it's in dear old Cape Town, it's about how do we showcase the best of the best in Africa in terms of what we have to offer, African solutions for global problems. That's what AfricArena for me has been, and since 6 years ago, it's just such a proud moment to see this today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, let's
Thank
give them
you.
a hand. Let's give them a hand.
How did you feel about the diversity of investors that we had this weekend? We had incredible insights from the big deal. We had incredible conversation with investors coming from the UK, with representatives from the London Stock Exchange, and many VCs from over the continent. What are your key takeaways of that weekend?
Key takeaways is climate change, right? It's a focus. So we are looking at founders and innovators in that space. Key takeaway is diversity. How do we make sure that there are more females in the room? We really had a session about that. How do we make sure that we're intentional about creating more diversity within our boards, within the investors that we choose? And it's about understanding them. So we need more women who are investors because they understand women. And also it's just the fact that Africa is no longer just a topic. Africa is coming up with its own solutions. Right? We're not now leaning onto the West, leaning onto the East. We're saying, as Africans, let's engage with everybody. Let's come up with our own solutions. We don't just exist by ourselves. So we do have to have our counterparts from the UK, from Korea, from everywhere else, having these conversations, but collectively finding solutions. And also what's important is that the founders are at the heart of all of this. Without our founders, without our entrepreneurs, without our innovators, we wouldn't have an ecosystem. So it's very, very important to understand your needs and to ensure how do we become better investors. I mean, something such as ghosting from investors, you kind of send through your pitching deck and then investors just never speak to you. It's called ghosting. We actually did discuss that. So we were very honest and very critical around how do we actually improve as innovators? How do we improve as investors and as ecosystem supporters?
Maybe, what is the role of the Technology Innovation Agency to conclude this opening?
Wonderful. So I think as a chairperson of TIA, which is a Technology Innovation Agency, it is a government agency, but a government agency that cares. A government agency that understands that innovation and technology is key to building our South African economy. So as a young person, because I'm still younger than 40 years old, heading and leading an organization like a TIA, it's very, very important for me because we do a lot of financial and non-financial support across different industries, whether it's bio, whether it's green, indigenous knowledge systems. We understand that South Africa also does have indigenous knowledge that must be commercialized. And also we have various funding programs. We've got the seed fund, we've got the grassroots fund, and also a few years ago we decided that TIA as an organization needs to play better with the venture capital community. So we launched what you call the Industry Matching Fund, which is where we become co-investors or LPs. So TIA for me is quite exciting. TIA's time is now. It's a government organization that you must feel like this is where I go when it comes to technology and innovation, and I want to be supported. We do have a stand, and Vusi right here in front of us will be representing our TIA stand, and if you want more information around who we are, how we can assist you, you're more than welcome to visit our stand. But it's a government agency with an edge. So yeah, that's TIA.
Thank you very much, Matsi. And yeah, make some noise for Matsi. She's doing awesome work. And besides being the chairperson of TIA, she's also the leader of the Startup Act movement in South Africa, an initiative that was started at the AfricArena Conference 2019. And hopefully we on our way, right? We're going to get
slowly but surely.
And thank you, Matthew.
Slowly but surely.
And
thank you,
you
Chris.
can go meet the TIA folks on their stand, which is right there at the back. For more information about their program, they have an incredible seed fund program, so you can get some funding in the form of grants, of investment, so connect with the team at TIA, who is right here for the next 3 days. Thank you very much,
Thank
Matsi.
you, Chris. Thank you, and everybody enjoy the conference.
So that's what we do. AfricArena is all about enabling entrepreneurs by connecting them with opportunity, market access. We have many corporates who are running open innovation challenges with us. We also connect you with investors. That's really our core DNA. So we'll have over 150 investors coming for the next 3 days, and you can access them in person, which is the best way to do it, or digitally via our channel. So far, AfricArena has enabled over $500 million of deals since 2017. So this has been a great achievement in terms of deals that we've been tracking from connection that have been made through our series of events. We also work very closely with our partner AWS, and we've granted several $1 million of AWS credits since inception of the program. So you can find all of this information on our AfricArena website. The series of events we've been doing have been great this year. The formula of the regional summit and the grand summit is really a powerful one. Now at each of these summits, we do a conference, boot camp, and a summit, and that enables to create those connections and trust relationships that are essential to deal making. It's not about giving a business card, guys. It's about connecting with the humans with whom you're going to do a deal, and if you do a deal, that you're going to be working with for many, many years, maybe 10 years as investors. So remember that that's what it's all about, and that's why this program is designed the way it is. So those events that we run, from Investor on Conference, the last weekend with 70 investors, Founders Bootcamp that many of the founders attended, creating relationship between 70 founders coming from over 25 countries, is magical. And then we all meet for this summit. Hopefully by the end of the next 3 days, there'll be some great news, some great announcement. We're also very pleased that a lot of media are here. Tej from TechCrunch, he's going to be attending and covering the summit. Marie-France from La Tribune came all the way from Paris. We have Tech Cabal. We have Wassim, who came all the way from Tunis. He's doing some radio shows. So you're also going to get some storytelling and coverage and amplification for your stories, whether you're an investor or an entrepreneur. So we're not an event, actually. We're a program with a series of events that are supporting this great work. And it's about connecting. It's about knowledge sharing. It's about having fun and discovering what's happening in the ecosystem. And in fact, on that note, we have a learning expedition for those who are not from Cape Town running this Friday, and there's still a few seats available. go check it out on Eventbrite. Now, this year we launched a very important program called AfricArena, which was all about supporting the fundraising of the founders coming into our program, so they can do that through dedicated mentorship and coaching about fundraising. So we have a number of startups in this program. They can leverage on the event and the summit. But we also have digitalized this now. And we're happy to announce that yesterday we launched our AfricArena Wild app on Android and iOS, where you can find the full profile of all the startups that went into the program. We have a beautiful stage, beautiful lights, cameras. The pitch of every of these startups is now going to be accessible post-event on this platform. So you'll be able to look up at Lena Finance or Afroto, watch the pitch on the stage, look at the pitch deck, get connected with the founder via WhatsApp just through one click. So this platform is going to enable our investors to keep tracking the deal flow, and hopefully for you entrepreneurs, a great way to connect with these investors. So that's it in terms of what's going to happen. I just wanted to invite on stage one of our partners, one of our anchor partners since the inception of AfricArena is the city of Cape Town. So I'd like to call on stage the mayoral committee member for finance. Yeah. Are you mic'd up? So, welcome to AfricArena. We're very honored to have you. Cape Town has been the host city for AfricArena since 2017. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that
Your mic's not working? Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Good morning to you and good morning to everyone who's here. My thoughts are that the city of Cape Town is an opportunity city that will always create opportunity for businesses and investors to flourish in the city of Cape Town. We will continue support this, and we are excited with the journey that the AfricArena has traveled, and I think that for us, what is really more important and critical is an ability to be able to put city of Cape Town as a tech competitive city in Africa and into the world. And I think that everything else that we do is, with that intention at the end of the day, because where we are geographically and also the capacity and the potential within the city really, it affords a great opportunity for investors, startups to come to the city of Cape Town. We are best city in South Africa at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Cape Town is one of the tech capital of the continent, and we are super proud to be hosted here for our Grand Summit annually in November. Any few more thoughts that you want to share, or any address that you want to give the audience?
Look,
I see you have some notes, so I don't know if you have prepared comments. Or
look, thanks very much. Look, firstly, I would just like to welcome all the speakers that will be speaking here, the panelists that will be judging, the exhibitors, and obviously the members of the media and those that will be attending. And you are warm welcome in the city of Cape Town. It is mother city after all. And I think that feel free to engage and be engaged, and also to look into solutions for government's challenges. Because as a government, because City of Cape Town is government, as government, I think in South Africa, we've seen in other parts of the country, Gauteng in particular, the challenges that they are experiencing in terms of water shortages and those kinds of things. Not only because there is no water in the dams or there is no rain, but because I think the infrastructure and the technologies that they have is coming from 1652. Cape Town, we are able to respond to that challenge, and we are able to not have those kinds of things. But I think for us, really for government needs people like yourself who not only help in alleviating poverty and creating opportunities for the unemployed, which is a serious risk to society, youth in particular, but also to be able to provide innovative solutions to the problems that we have. Because we want to make City of Cape Town really a digitalized a city. We're looking really for many innovative things that we can have in the City of Cape Town so that we are able to be very responsive in terms of service delivery to the people that require service delivery, whether it's in a suburb or it's in an informal settlement or it's in a township. And technology cut across those boundaries. So that's why I'm saying that ourselves supporting these kinds of innovations and these kinds of conferences, it is also a sign that we are very much open and accepting, the technologies that can assist in government, in our government in particular. So feel free to interact with the officials from the City of Cape Town, and myself as well. I've looked around at the negotiation booths of what other technologies do you have. And lastly, I want to say, as the City of Cape Town, some of you may know, some of you may not know, in the next 2-3 years, we are investing over 15.9 billion rand for an IT program that because we want to completely revamp our IT system. So in the next 10 years, we'll be spending about 15.5 billion rand. And I think it's an invitation also to those that are interested to provide a sustainable, technologically advanced solutions for us as government to be able to be responsive and provide services to the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Siseko Mbandesi from the City of Cape Town. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's an honor to be supported by the city once again. So, as Siseko just told us, this is about making some deals. We have a deal room on the left-hand side of the networking area. Please work with Ropa. She's here to engage and connect you with some investors. If you're an investor, if you're looking for startups, talk to her and Nathaniel about finding your next investment. Now, I'd like to welcome on stage our first special man. He's had an incredible career working in venture building. He's also an incredible mind with crazy insights about how the ecosystem is doing. The entire VC industry is looking at him for information, knowledge, graphs, and he's a fellow countryman. I'm very happy to introduce Maxime Bayen from Catalyst Fund for our first keynote. Make some noise for Maxime.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Amazing to be in Cape Town as usual. This morning I'll share a couple of slides. Not that many, 155 slides. So bear with me. No, just way less. Don't worry. We're going to talk about a lot of figures. I'm going to throw at you. But just before going into that, just want to say that I'm not the only one crunching this data all year long. So just wanted to say a few words on my colleague Elodie, who is based in Cameroon, Max Cuvelier, who is on his way to Tunis at the moment. So we are a little bit spread across the continent. And so yeah, it's not just me behind all this. As Christophe said, I work mainly with an organization called the Catalyst Fund, and we invest in climate adaptation startups across Africa. And on my spare time, I'm doing this, Africa the Big Deal. So let's go into the numbers. On the left side, this is how things started 10 years ago, less than 30 deals across the continent in the entire year, and about $120 million of funding overall. Fast forward 10 years later, 2022, and this is not even the end of the year. We have more than 800 deals completed already in the continent, and more than $4 billion of funding in total, which is a multiplier of 34. If this was a startup, it would be, realistically good investment. So yeah, it's been quite amazing witnessing this journey over the past 10 years. All right, let's look more specifically at how things evolve over the past 4 years. Funding to date, updated as of last night, is $4.4 billion. There was actually a fairly large deal announced yesterday that topped up by 150 million. And that represents a 26% year-on-year growth compared to last year, which is pretty amazing when you think about the global context. And actually, talking about global context, we can see that until the third quarter this year, Africa was the only continent showing growth year-on-year if we compare quarter by quarter across the different regions. And even even if third quarter and fourth quarter might be a little bit below what last year's was, overall, Africa is the only continent to still show positive startup funding growth year-on-year. Ahead of LATAM, ahead of Europe, ahead of Asia, ahead of the US, in terms of funding growth this year. Another way to look at it is that basically as of today, we have already reached 87% actually, things change, and now we're actually at 95% of the total amount of funding that was raised last year. If you compare with other regions, there's no way this will be done in any other region. So when it comes to VC funding, we can realistically say that Africa is the most dynamic region globally this year, which is pretty exciting when you think about it. This being said, behind the overall continent figures, there are some strong discrepancies across the different markets. We can see that in Kenya and Egypt, for instance, the total amount of funding raised already has been already more than last year. Here we're talking about dollars, not number of deals. In Nigeria and South Africa, it's a little bit more complicated. When we look at number of deals, actually, again, in Kenya and Egypt, it's still comparable to last year and even a little bit higher in terms of number of deals comparing year on year. Nigeria as well. Again, South Africa is a little bit below. On the rest of Africa, there's also a strong growth in number of deals. Okay, now if we dig a little bit deeper in terms of the country by country analysis, we can see that close to 80% of the total funding in the continent goes mainly to 4 markets that we tend to call the big 4: Nigeria, Kenya, Egypt, South Africa. This is not a new trend. It's been like that last year and the year before. Last year was 82%. This year is 78%. What's interesting though is when we start looking at the countries in blue, that are basically all pushing to join this club of the big 4. Ghana is really close to that with $388 million funding raised this year only. And then we start seeing really a lot of new ecosystems that are growing fairly fast. Algeria, Tunisia, Senegal, Uganda, DRC, and so on. So that's very exciting. And I'm sure we're going to see these countries continuing in that trajectory. When we look at sectors, one thing that we have all witnessed over the past 3 or 4 years is the growth of fintech. There was a very good McKinsey paper a couple of weeks ago titled "Fintech: The End of the Beginning." That the way fintech is across the continent is changing and going deeper. Interestingly, we can reuse that to say also that pure fintech players, in terms of percentage of funding raised, is going a bit lower this year for the first time. So in the past 4 years, it's been only growing. Last year was 53% of the total funding in the continent that went to fintech startups. This year, we are just 30%. This being said, we're also seeing fintech embedded in other kind of startups, whether it's in agriculture or even in healthcare, where you have sometimes a fintech component as well. Okay, today is day 2 of the COP27 conference, as I'm sure a lot of you know. And the good news is that we're also seeing an increased amount of funding going to environment and climate sectors in Africa. If you look at last year, we were just north of $500 million of funding that went to energy, water, agriculture, food, and waste management. This year, and we have sort of 2 months to go, there's already over $1 billion funding that went to these sectors, which represents 25% of the total funding in the continent. And there's a number of VC funds, like Catalyst Fund, with whom I'm privileged to work with, that are specifically looking at this sector, or sometimes even launching specific funds with the climate angle. That's super encouraging. I mean, all this is very new developments, and it's great to see that more and more funding is going to that critically needed sector. Going back a little bit to like the type of deals we're seeing, what's interesting, and we're not expecting necessarily to see exactly that, especially for the left part when we looked at this data, is that you have actually more large rounds, so above $1 million this year already than you had last year. So we have already 337 deals above $1 million that were closed this year in the continent. On the other side, what explains the relative slowdown in third quarter and fourth quarter is the fact that we have less what we call mega deals, so $100 million plus deals. We had 13 last year. Now we're at 9. It's fairly unlikely that we will get to 13, and that explains the drop, especially in the second half of the year. All right, this is not a good news. Gender balance in funding. So here what you can see is the funding raised by startup in Africa by gender of the CEO. 2019, 6% of the total funding went to female founders. 2020 dropped to 3%. 2021 went back to 6%, and we are back to 3%. That basically says that things haven't changed much. And it's pretty much the same when we look at the funding teams. What you can see in blue is the amount of funding that just go to male-led startups, only male founders and co-founders. So 84% of the total funding this year just went to male founders. And in yellow is the tiny bit that just went to female-only founders and co-founders. That's something that we always say we hope this will change. Conference after conference, year after year, everybody says we hope this will change. I think hope will not do anything about that, but collectively as an ecosystem, we can change this. And especially, I'm a strong believer of the fact that investors have a role to play there. Alice Fund, for instance, we have a mandate with our LPs to allocate at least 30% of our funding to female-led startups. And I think it's critical that a number of investors look at investment with a gender lens. If things don't change in investment committee rooms, these stats would not change. And maybe the first step is also for some of the fund managers to be women in the first place. So there's a lot to be changed, but yeah, I really hope it's the last time we see such depressing statistics. And we're all working out to change that. All right, in terms of the investors, so people on the other side from all these deals, we have a number of investors that are fairly active in the ecosystem. Here we just look at the activity by the number of deals, not the amount of dollars spent, which is another stat. But if we just look at the number of deals, so most of them, of course, are early stage, pre-seed, seed stage. We have basically these three guys who are leading the pack: Launch Africa, YC, and Lofty Inc. And if we look at the rest of the list, what's interesting is that for a number of them, they don't just provide capital, they also provide acceleration or venture building together with the seed or pre-seed stage investment. That's the case of Flat Six Labs, On Deck, Plug and Play, Norsken, and so on. But if you think about it, yeah, if you look at some of the top ones there, more than 50 deals in a year, it's pretty impressive track record. Where does the money come from? So when we look at where these active investors are based, basically out of the 1,200 or so investors who have closed at least one deal in the past 2 years in the continent, a third of them are based in Africa. Then about 37% of them are based in North America, but basically that means the US, roughly speaking. And then the rest is Europe and Asia mainly. If we had done the same stat 3-4 years ago, the ratio, basically the part in yellow here, the ratio of Africa headquartered investors would have been much smaller, closer to 20%. So that's definitely growing. And now, what's exciting is that we're seeing, if we look at the deals above $1 million that were closed in the past 3 years, the number of them that are seeing participation of Africa headquartered investor is definitely growing. And now 60% of the deals that were closed this year in the continent that were above $1 million had at least one Africa investor. So that's very encouraging, and again, a testimony of the dynamism of the ecosystem. All right, with Africa, the big deal, we try to avoid doing projections and pronostics, and really just look at the actual data. But it's early November. We can make some projection on what will happen in the next 6 weeks. And yeah, we are already at, as I said, $4.4 billion, and we believe this year will be the first year that the continent reaches $5 billion of total funding for the entire continent. So yeah, really believe that we'll get to this $5 billion mark. And yeah, the coming weeks will tell us. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Everything you have seen up there is online, available. And yeah, feel free to take a deeper look. Yeah, that's it. I don't know how much time we are. I think we had Q&A. I don't know how much time. How are we tracking? We good? Okay. So, any questions? Yes. I don't know if there's a microphone.
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much. I just wanted to know, what is the definition of an African headquartered investor? I mean, does that mean the money is really African money, or yeah? So what does it mean?
That's a very good and fair question. In our definition, it basically means that the investor is based in Africa and the teams are based in Africa. Unfortunately, getting the data on where the LPs are based is another story, and something that is very, very rarely disclosed. So it would be a bit more complicated to answer the question. Is that probably a good chunk of the money that comes to Africa-based VCs still comes from abroad. But again, there's some changes in that space, especially when we talk about angel investors. We're seeing more and more angel investors based in the continent. So they're not necessarily captured in there when we talk about Africa headquartered investors, but it's really rare to see a pre-seed deal these days without an Africa angel investors involved. So yeah, that money is for sure coming from the continent. So yeah, that's what I can say here. But yeah, and we don't have the LP details available, not always. Any other questions? Yeah, over there.
Hi, I just wanted to find out, you spoke about the female and the male. Do you get the same number of applicants of females, or is it just that you get more applicants as males, or do you get equal applicants and the females are turned down?
Yeah, that's a good question, and often something that we also tend to use as a reason for these stats, saying, oh, the pipeline of female founders is lower, hence these statistics at the end. The reality is that, yes, probably the pipeline is a bit smaller, yet if we do the same stats, like for instance these ones, but just looking at pre-seed and seed stage deals, so early stage deals, the ratio is much higher, maybe twice as much as higher. So maybe instead of having 3%, maybe you have 10, 15% of the funding at pre-seed stage that goes to female-led startups. You do the same stats on Series A, Series B rounds, it's way below this, 1%, even less. I mean, I think maybe in the past 4 years, the number of Series B led by female-led startups, I think we can count them on basically one hand. And so I don't really agree with the idea that there is a lack of pipeline. I think there is probably a lack of, risk acceptation and basically gender lens when it comes to later stage funding. So we're seeing female-led startups raising pre-seed, seed stage, and then it stops. And so, yeah, I think that's where the problem is. So, while the pipeline keeps growing, it's really important that we're able to fund female startups all the way up. And that's today is not the case.
Thank you.
Hey. See what can get. Cool. Thank you for the presentation. I have just one question regarding the climate investment. Do you have any insight to share on that, about this one?
The what? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Investment, sorry.
The?
Investment.
Yes.
I would like to know if you can share any insight about the growth rate or any deal-making flows or something like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the data we have on this. So we're seeing definitely a strong increase. Maybe to break it down a little bit further, if you look at some of these sectors, especially energy, that's the biggest one. It's what we tend to call climate change mitigation. So in a nutshell, solutions to reduce CO2 emissions. Where we're seeing a lot less investment, unfortunately, to date is on what we call climate change adaptation or climate change resilience. It's fantastic to reduce CO2 emissions, but it would be fantastic as well if technology could help us, make it easier for people who are directly facing the negative effect of climate change today. Floods in Nigeria, droughts in East Africa, and so on and so on. This is something that gets a lot less funding, and it's actually what we are focused on with Catalyst Fund. And here we're talking about things like how to help farmers move towards regenerative agriculture. It can be also lending solution or insurance solution to help people cope with natural disasters and so on. And so, yeah, we definitely believe that there is a strong need for more funding to go towards that path. But both sides are for sure needed, yeah. Yeah.
Are we on? Okay, hi. Thank you. Yeah, great. First of all, thank you so much for the big deal. We love it. We're big fans of your work. Following on from the question about female founders, I think what we found just in general in terms of African investment in VC, for instance, that last year only 0.8% of global VC money actually came to Africa. And that even of that, 2/3 was for companies with foreign founders, not local African founders. What I wanted to know is, how are you guys seeing the kind of overall deal flow and funnel? Is it because as African founders, where there are less of us reaching out to investors? How is that kind of proportion compared to kind of a more mature ecosystem like we see in London or Silicon Valley?
Yeah, no, very good question, extremely valid point. And yeah, a lot of the same applied as what we have seen with gender, but here, one thing that I want to mention is the fact that when it comes to local versus foreign founders, things are quite different from an ecosystem to another within the continent. If you take Egypt, for instance, the vast majority, I think maybe it's 80%, maybe 90% of the funding is going to local founders who actually have graduated from local universities as well. Take Kenya, it's almost the opposite ratio. And so, yeah, it's important to mention that. South Africa is also closer to the Egypt case, for instance, with a number of universities locally, like the University of Cape Town, that are producing a lot of fantastic founders that are able to raise funding later on. But yes, you have some markets where it's a problem. And again, it's to a lot of extent, it's always going back to who is investing. And what does the investment committee looks like, and this fact that we all have unconscious bias and tend to basically invest or take more interest or more time for founders that are just like us, And that's something that, is something that you need to proactively fight against, and maybe again put some frame around to avoid this to happen. Again, going back to our work at Catalyst Fund, we have a mandate to back at least 80% of local founders. Again, I think these things will not change on their own, and we need to proactively make a step as investors to change this. But yeah, big differences between the different ecosystems is an important point. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Good morning, and thank you very much for the very comprehensive presentation. I have one question about the chart where you are presenting the funds raised by country. I'm actually quite surprised by the very low figure regarding Morocco. This country has a dynamic tech ecosystem, and so 15 million, far below from Tunisia and Algeria. I'm quite surprised. Thank you.
Yeah, we're surprised too, but I mean, so a couple of things. First of all, this is just this year. Morocco was actually a little bit higher in that sort of ranking last year. Large startups, especially when you have an ecosystem that is a bit newer, large startups that are sort of like leading the pack in terms of fundraise and so on, they don't raise every year, right? I mean, typically you would raise for 18 months, 24 months. So, last year we had fairly large deals in Morocco, like Shari, for instance, and others. This year they haven't necessarily raised. And so it's very likely that, next year we'll see, a Shari or another large Moroccan startup that raised last year that will actually raise again next year. And this will affect disproportionately the funding, because of course, when the total amount of funding is lower, any large raise will change everything. The same slide done 2 days ago, Algeria was not even on the list. But year, Algerian startup raised $150 million Series B. Boom, they are up the chart. So that's also to be taken with a pinch of salt and not necessarily reflective of the dynamism of the ecosystem. When we just look at 1 year, it's a bit of a more narrow lens, and there is a lot of fantastic startups in Morocco. One thing that I want to mention here is like building an ecosystem takes time. No matter how active it is, no matter how many accelerators and incubators and funds you have locally, building startups still takes time, and building an ecosystem takes time. And so, of course, you take an ecosystem like Kenya that we could argue started maybe around 2007, 2008 with M-Pesa that sort of built the fintech rails for everybody else to build on top. They have a couple of years of front start. So of course, there's a bit of catch-up game here, and you can't compress the years that much. You need these first couple of large startups to raise, to exit, and then these founders to maybe become angel investors on their side, and then second generation of founders to come into play. So this has happened in Nigeria, this has happened in Egypt, in Kenya, and South Africa. It's coming yet now with the next ecosystem. So I have no doubt that we'll see this number for Morocco grow a lot in the coming years.
Thank you. I want to know what is, according to you, the reason that Francophone countries don't raise a lot of money?
Sorry, the reason they raise a lot of money?
Francophone countries don't raise a lot of money.
Don't raise a lot. Well, I mean, Algeria, Tunisia, Senegal, DRC, Morocco, Côte d'Ivoire, Togo, Cameroon. We have a couple there. I mean, this is not the. It's not the full list. It's not the full list of the 54 countries, huh? And so I agree with you. Maybe there have not been any in the sort of top 5, but it's growing. We have seen last year we have seen Wave Mobile raise $200 million in Francophone Africa. We're seeing this growing again. I mean, it's a little bit the same answer as on the Morocco point. It takes time to build this ecosystem, but it's definitely growing. One thing that is a little bit more systemic on this question is the fact as well that when you look at the the number of when we look at the investors where they based, here, yeah, you can see that basically close to 40% of the investors active in the continent are based in the US, which means they speak English. And so again, going back to this, bias and so on, you receive 2 pitch decks, one in, English, perfect English and so on, another one with bits in French, bits in English. Are you going to make the effort as an English speaker to, translate it and look into it with the same depth? Probably not. That creates a little bit of a friction. I believe it's less and less the case, to be honest, and now we're basically seeing a lot of startups from Francophone Africa sending pitch decks to investors in English. And so this barrier is slowly fading out, but this could explain a little bit of it. One thing that also explains it is that, again, you start with the lower hanging fruits. You speak English, you are a US-based investor, you go towards the large Anglophone markets first. Lower hanging fruits. But, Nigeria, Kenya, and so on have been now seeing a lot of traction, and investors are always looking for the next big thing. So they are now paying more attention to what's going on in Francophone Africa and the rest of the continent. So, again, this is definitely changing, and we'll see this data growing in the coming years for sure.
Good morning.
Yeah. Morning.
I'm Lebo Mashaba from Real PPE Marketplace. The question I want to ask is that what advice do you have for us as female founders? If you look at our row here, we're from Propeller, there's almost 5 of us who are female founders. How do we start being able to access these opportunities?
The same way the male founders are accessing them, reach out to founders, reach out to investors, if you need to fundraise, you typically need to talk to maybe 30, 40, 50 investors before you're able to close some round, and keep at it. I mean, to be honest, the level of resilience and perseverance I'm seeing from female founders is through the roof. It's always massively impressive. So I would just say, keep at it. And investors are increasingly aware of this. They're increasingly trying to change that. And with more of us paying attention to this, these figures will definitely change. But it wouldn't be fair to say that you need an advice different than from the male founders. That would mean there is a problem, which I don't think there is. I mean, there is no problem on the female founders' side. There's a problem on the investor side, and maybe also on the media front and on how much light we're giving to female founders. I mean, I'm a strong believer of role models and the fact that if we have more female founders featured on the TechCrunch and the likes from Africa, this will create more aspiration for local university graduates. What do you want to do next? Well, I want to start a startup like this amazing female founder. Today, it's a little bit difficult to create this kind of aspiration because, all the founders are male, and a good chunk of them are actually not even local. So, these things need to change, and we can all play a role there. So, yeah, that's what I would say. Yes, I don't know how much time we have left. We good? Are we good?
Yes. Hi. Thank you for this slide. It really shows that there's a lot of foreign interest in Africa. In your study, you tell us about how much they are investing, but maybe you can tell us about how they're investing, because there's a lot of risk in Africa, of course. You always hear about currency risk, political risk. Is it, as they go up and the interest goes up, is it happening through fund of funds? And give us, if you have any insights on how this has changed with the increase of interest.
Yeah, I mean, the vast majority of this, $4.4 billion already in this year and so on, is definitely through VC funds. We're also capturing debt and grants, but it's definitely a smaller portion. This being said, we are seeing venture debt as a vehicle, very much needed, especially for more capex intensive businesses, and especially in the lower end of the in terms of tickets, right? So what's interesting right now is that there's a lot of pre-seed stage investors. So that was a gap a couple of years ago. There was not enough, $100,000, $200,000 tickets being deployed in the continent. I think now on the equity front, that's slowly getting there. Where the gap is on the equity is more on the Series A, Series B plus. Going back to the example of the startup in Algeria that raised, that announced $150 million raised yesterday, Series B. There's not a single investor in that round that either was Africa headquartered or had invested in Africa before, which shows you that at Series B, Series C stage, it's quite tricky to basically just work with the investors active in the continent. On the debt front is pretty much is that debt investors, venture debt investors, tend to be more focused on the larger end of the spectrum, $1 million, $2 million plus of debt. When you are capex intensive business and you need to get a bit of equipment and start your pilot and so on, and raise $100,000, $200,000, $400,000 of debt, it's either ridiculously costly or not available. And so, yeah, that's definitely where the gap is in terms of debt and equity. Did I answer your question right?
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Good. Any other question? Good.
Is that where we're going to wrap it up? Ladies and gentlemen, last moment, any other questions?
Oops.
Mr. Maxime Bayan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I want to ask you a very quick question about your about the newsletter. Obviously, most of you would be signed up to the newsletter, but if you are not signed up to that newsletter, where you can get all of this information, what is the details on that? There we go. The big deal.substack.com.
Yeah. Exactly.
Head on over there and sign up to the newsletter, and you'll know exactly what is happening.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
One
much.
more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Did we enjoy our first talk? Was that insightful? Yes. Nice. Well, we've got plenty of that coming. In fact, I love the keynote speakers. But there's something that I find very, very insightful, and that is a panel discussion. And so my favorite part is, in fact, when panelists are engaging with each other, because that is when the really juicy questions come up. That's when the really intricate details come up. And you also then have an opportunity to cross-question multiple leaders in their field. And we've got our first panel discussion coming up in just a moment. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, phones out. The Wi-Fi is back on. Yay. You are not going to go to Old Biscuit Mill, ladies and gentlemen. You're in fact going to go to a Wi-Fi code, which is called, I will tell you right now, it's called PepWave. It's called PepWave. We're going to put the password up on screen in just a second, but if you want me to read it out to you very slowly, it's very short. All the letters are in capitals, so if you have clicked on PepWave and you're ready to go with the password, yes? The first letter is capital E, the second letter is capital A. The number 4, a capital letter D. The number 2, I feel like I'm doing bingo. Capital letter F, 0, 0. Bingo! We've got a bingo at the back there, yes. Thank you, one person. I told you, I don't like to do jokes for every person in the room. I like to choose one person at a time. They've gotten their joke, you've gotten yours. Don't worry, sir, yours will come as the day goes by. Lovely. So I think what we're going to do is I'm going to ask our guys if they can please start setting up for our panel, please. We're going to get our guys up on stage over here. And the first panel, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about building bridges of innovation across Africa. So while they are busy setting up that panel, I'm going to make sure that you guys are in fact wide awake. Are we ready? Are we wide awake and ready for our panel? Yes? I need a lot more energy and enthusiasm. I tell you what, you guys seem like you've fallen asleep a little bit, so I'm going to do a quick test to see that you're all wide awake. All of you, and especially the newcomers over here, this is my test I always do to make sure that people are wide awake and focused. I want all of you take one hand, hold it up in the air like this. One hand up in the air. Yes, very good, very good. You at the back in the cheap seats as well. Nice. One hand up in the air. And when I say high up, very good. And when I say now, I want you to pull it down as fast as you can. Ready and now. Okay, they are, geez, panel, they are seriously ready for you guys. They are ready for you guys. Here comes the chairs. If you can get that on so that we can get our panel up on stage. I'm not going to my name, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got an amazing facilitator who will give you a little bit of insight in terms of who they are and where they are from. And trust me when I say this is a serious group of heavy hitters. You want to pay close attention to what they've got to say. These might be your partners stepping up on the stage right now. If you are outside and you are done stretching your legs or going to the bathroom, please start making your way back inside. We've got our first panel for the day, and our panel discussion is called Building Bridges of Innovation Across Africa. What is the state of affairs? I know that is something many of you want to talk about. If you want to scale up and do this thing across Africa, what is the state of affairs? And so I'm going to ask our panel if they will please make their way to the stage. Firstly, Mr. Melvin Lubega, if you would please come to the front of here from Briga. Give him a big round of applause. Yes. Melvin, if you could please have a seat over there. Fantastic. Melvin decided to come dressed as Christoph today. He's dressed as a Christoph lookalike. Next up from Octera Capital, I've got Ashim Igunjobi over here. Here she comes. Please, a round of applause for Ashim. Thank you very much. You can have a seat next to Melvin over there. From Commerce Venture, if you could please come up, Hangui Mwambadzi. Here she comes, Hangui. You guys really did dress up for the occasion. I'm very, very impressed by what our panelists are wearing here today. I'm going to get our facilitator to the front of here, and he's the gentleman who's going to explain to you exactly who this esteemed panel is. So please, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okendo Gale. Sir, I will hand over to you so you can explain exactly who this esteemed panel is and take us through your very important panel. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause for our first panel discussion.
Can you hear me? Oh boy. All right, 1, 2, 3, can you hear me now? No. I can use your mic. Can you hear me now? No. All right. Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah. All right, good morning, everyone. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here, and thanks to the AfricArena team for bringing us all together. I must note this is my favorite city in the whole world. I was actually stuck in Cape Town for most of the pandemic. I call it my Capetonian captivity. And during that time, I got to explore all 2 of your oceans, all your vineyards. You even have a desert. I don't know if you know this. And I like to say that I fell in love with the place so much that I often joke that if I die and go to heaven and it doesn't look like Cape Town, I'll tell him to send me back down here. Can you imagine you show up in heaven and it looks like Johannesburg or New York? Oh my goodness, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. So I'm glad to thank you, AfricArena, for bringing us to heaven. It is good to be here. And the purpose of our gathering in our panel today is to sort of tap into the brain power of our panelists here to explore how can we drive more effective collaboration in our ecosystem. And I'm the founder of the Harambeans, the Harambe Entrepreneur Alliance, and I am increasingly getting the reputation of either being the CBI, so it's Chief Book Officer, because either I'm writing a book about the Harambeans or I'm reading books. And the last book that's caught my attention, I think is quite relevant for our conversation, is a book by a gentleman called Sebastian Mallaby. It is called The Power Law, The Making of a New Industry. And I think this book is quite relevant to our conversation because if you look at the dominant theories about what made Silicon Valley tick oftentimes people will draw attention to the universities. Well, Silicon Valley is successful because they have Stanford. Or Silicon Valley is successful because they've benefited from military contracts. But that unfortunately doesn't quite add up with the reality that if it was about universities and contracts, why did not start in Cambridge, in Massachusetts, in the Boston area? Because after all, they had not only MIT, but right next to it, they had Harvard. And if it was about military contracts or research dollars, the reality is that when President Eisenhower spoke of the military industrial complex, well, that was mostly an alliance between the Pentagon and Cambridge. So why didn't it start there? And Sebastian, who is sort of known for having helped us understand the hedge fund industry with a book appropriately entitled More Money Than God, has now taken on the venture capital industry. And he's given us, I think, a very insightful quote that I'll like to use to set the tone for our conversation, because it reminds us of the power of venture capital networks. He says, venture capital networks have delivered more progress in applied science than any kind of rival, more than centralized corporate R&D units, more than isolated individuals tinkering in garages, more than government attempts to pick technological winners. And because VC-backed startups have proven so fertile, they have changed how people work, socialize, shop, and entertain themselves. Venture capitalists have achieved this disproportionate impact because they combine the strengths of the corporations with the strengths of the market. They channel capital, talented employees, and large customers to promising startups. The rainmakers of Sand Hill Road can get behind a startup with a fresh business idea, and they can shape it, expand it, and murmur its name into the right ears. And my goodness, my friends, as we imagine what our ecosystem is beginning to look like, and imagine what that might look like down the road, what I like about this is it tells us that in a way, you all are magicians. You all are sort of helping those startups get not only access to the capital that they require, but the networks necessary to scale. And so, because of that, I'd like to perhaps get us started by getting you to both tell us a bit about your fund, actually your work, the size of the fund, the check, the geography, but also perhaps a story of what I could call Malaby collaborations. How have you helped a startup in your portfolio beyond capital? And Ashim, shall we start with it?
Absolutely. I hope my mic is working, but it seems like. So thanks so much. I'm really excited to be here, and thank you for having me on this panel and for speaking about the Malaby conundrum or assumptions of collaboration, because certainly if you haven't read the book, definitely one to be highly recommended to, in fact, read. I think his definition of a venture capitalist, and I can absolutely subscribe to that, is that it's somebody who wakes up, has breakfast with the first person, after that has about 14 cups of coffee. So, I think that very well describes what we do, because it is really about having to be out there, speaking with people and networking quite a lot for our portfolio companies. A little bit about us. So my name is Ashim. I'm the managing partner at Octera Capital. We're an early stage fund headquartered in Lagos. We do investments across the continent, so not to south, east to west. Really excited about what we're seeing, especially in the tech and tech-enabled solutions and entrepreneurs that are driving impactful solutions for our challenging sort of startup challenges that we see across board. So I think with regards to, with regards to Malaby collaborations that we see, so I would argue that as a venture capitalist, bringing the value to your portfolio companies is really what you're there for. We always like to say that the check that we write is the smallest part of our contribution. It doesn't matter how big or small that check in fact is. We do look at ourselves as invested and active investors, adding value to what's happening. And that's really where the collaborations sit. And I think we can look at them in different dimensions. We can look at them, with regards to what do we do for the growth of this particular portfolio company? So i.e., you're looking for the right talent, you're looking how to retain the talent, you're looking for supply chain, you're looking for clients, of course, because we all need to make some money. You're looking, for the right lawyers or any other corporate services. But then there is also, what does the collaboration look like within your portfolio? So I think for all the startups in the room as well, it's really great to say, okay, well, who did my investor invest in, and are there any synergies that I could actually explore that could, where I could collaborate with another founder, where we could actually grow both of our businesses?
Wow, thank you. Oh, thank you for that. And, or I should say, danke. You speak fluent German as well.
I do.
Every trick. Mr. Lubega, I think you are, well, for the interest of full disclosure, I mentioned I'm the founder of the Harambeans. We have half of the panel are Harambeans, so Mr. George and Mr. Lane speak of collaboration. But Mr. Lubega, you find yourself on both sides of this spectrum because you are, you should be wearing your unicorn horn as the co-founder of Go1, unicorns in the ecosystem, but also managing a partner at Briga. So perhaps again, tell us what's both your bit about the fund, but perhaps the story of Malibu collaboration that you've witnessed either as an entrepreneur or as an investor.
And thank you, Kendo. And I think the heart of what we do as VCs really comes down to collaboration. I think I like Ashim's point in just describing why we exist as VCs. Even the foundation of Briga Africa and what we do in Africa is a function of that collaboration. Taking one of the top funds in Europe and being able to bring very deep local expertise to actually create value in the local ecosystem. And so what we do out of our Africa fund, so 80 million fund focused on seed investments, average check size is 1.5 million, and made 6 investments now out of that particular fund, focused in that particular way. And one that comes to mind, I guess, to your point around Malibu collaboration, was an investment we did out of Uganda, fintech business. And we partner alongside Serena Ventures in that particular investment. But just seeing the origination of the deal right through to where we are today is incredible. So the initial context to the deal was, one, being Ugandan by origin with my parents, but also knowing the company through Y Combinator, an ecosystem which I happened to be plugged into because I was a builder before I was a venture investor. And then two, going through the investment cycle and being able to bring on investors that have been there and done that in a similar space in Europe into the actual round with us was very key as well. But I think the final point came to your point around the investments, the starting point. So incredibly successful in Uganda, looking to enter new markets, and so working very closely with them now to enter Kenya. And the introductions we've made for them for their Kenya expansion has actually been through fellow Harambeans that we've met through the ecosystem. And it's interesting how you never know where a conversation or contact will take you, but it's about being open-minded and also beginning with a mindset of collaboration, which I think in the ecosystem we don't necessarily begin with at the outset as opposed to competition.
Interesting. And let me just pry deeper there, because you've also seen this as an entrepreneur. Yeah. And the Economist earlier this year reminded us that we have gone from last year about, I believe, 600 actually, Maxine, I believe they quoted you. About 604 startups raised $5.2 billion. Is that correct? More or less. All right. You see, the data machine in the house. And that means that they've raised more capital than the 7 preceding years combined, which means that suddenly entrepreneurs have more options.
Yeah.
And as an entrepreneur, I'm assuming you're becoming more discerning about which capital will take on board. And how have you seen that either affect your own decisions about, as you examine venture capitalists or the companies that you're trying to invest in?
And I think it's so important because you are seeing that tide change between where capital is commoditized. And so it's something, in my experience as an entrepreneur, I always said I want to be the venture capital I wish I had when I was building my businesses, because I think many VCs will make promises when they want to close the deal and get the round in, but it's that follow through, I think that Asheen mentioned earlier, around how it is important to make sure that you're actually able to add value as a partner. And so seeing those that are able to add value even before the check is in is often more valuable, but also those that have empathy for the founder's journey. Because I think many, and what we see, I think, historically in Africa was many came from other sides of the capital markets and never deep understanding of venture. But I think a venture capital superpower is being able to empathize with entrepreneur. And I think that's where you're able to see the synergy. So we're a Pan-African fund, similar to Zach, and just being able to see those experiences across the continent, therefore makes you a better investor. And I think it's something which definitely I try to be for the investors that I work with in that way.
Here. Well, thank you for that. Hungry. Aloha. Aloha. Thank you for joining us from Johannesburg. Thank you. The other side of heaven. All the way. Here. Please perhaps tell us a bit about, you are a venture partner at, venture partner at Commerce Ventures, which is actually also a partner of yours. So we see some collaboration on the stage already. But what perhaps have you seen in terms of collaboration, perhaps in your own portfolio, or the kind of investments that you've done?
So we're a fintech-only fund, right? So our focus is purely anything sort of fintech adjacent, and we invest across multiple markets, Europe, the US, Israel, and most recently, as of this year, we've actively started investing across Africa. One of the things that I find absolutely amazing to see, and sort of to Ashim's point earlier, which mentioned sort of the collaboration that happens among portfolio. So we spent this last weekend with Launch Africa and some of the LPs and portfolio companies, and I remember an incident or sort of an interaction within one of the sessions where one of the portfolio companies was sort of pitching to the rest of the group, or just telling them about what they do, and immediately, 2 or 3 of the other portfolio companies like, hey, we could really use your help on this, or maybe we can work together on that. And it was so interesting to see how a VC, so Launch Africa, can come together, not just as an investor, but what we're really doing is building an ecosystem, right? We are driving channels of communication, of collaboration, and engagement across multiple layers and fields, right? So when you talk about sort of the Malabi in terms of what Commerce Ventures would be looking for, as an example, I don't think I've ever had a conversation with a founder where one of the first things I've asked them is, what are you looking for in an investor, right? What do you want to get out of this relationship? How do you want it to strengthen what you're already doing? Because if that alignment isn't there, or that intentional desire doesn't exist from the onset, if the collaboration is purely a financial one, there's not much that we can add as a value-adding investor, because we like to invest and work with people. It's a partnership, right? It's a marriage. We like to work with founders and companies that we can support holistically, sort of like it's a lifelong journey, so to speak. But that is almost inherent. I think that should be default for any investor and any fund that is, right? What I find particularly interesting is, what about the founders and startups that are sitting outside of your portfolio? So one thing that I quite actively do, because often we'll come across startups that are not a mandate fit, and for reasons other than, for no other reason other than it wasn't something that fit directly within the mandate that we're trying to build. This is a great founder, this is a great company, how do we help them succeed? So it's about building where you don't have to, right? How do you collaborate and contribute to this ecosystem when you're not obligated to, because you've got a vested stake in this. We've got a vested stake in the ecosystem at large. So when I find great businesses that may have nothing to do with me, thank you. I'm always looking out for double mic'd. For ways that I can support them beyond the capital, because that's the intention. That's what's sitting at the heart and root of what we do. So beyond the money, how else can I help you? If I can't fund you, is there any other way? Is there any person that I can connect you to? Can I help you bounce back through your strategy? Do you want to practice some pitches with me? How can I support you to get to where you need to get to?
Oh, gosh, thank you. I'd like to go to you and maybe bring back Mr. Malabi, because there is an implicit tension in our business. And Malabi reminded us in his book about a famous observation by Peter Thiel, who said the biggest secret in venture capital is that the best investment in a successful fund equals or outperforms the entire rest of the fund. So in a way, we're saying that here we are giving all our startups love, and yet we know that the 80-20 rule applies, that probably 2 out of your 10 will be the ones that will outperform and therefore allow you to say that you're a successful fund. And so perhaps you could say, well, if that's the case, if we know that's the game that we're in, then I'm going to quickly try to find who those 2 are and give them all the love. And so how do you deal with that, right? Because you're now our most active investor on the continent. Well, I believe from my last count, 100 and how many? 126 deals. In addition to that, you're also an accomplished musician. Right? I mean, what's your Spotify handle? How do we find you on Spotify? Zach George, look him up.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Lewis Gale and everyone. And just for the record, this panel was supposed to start at 11, and I was at another conference, so I'm never late. It started 20 minutes early, so this is worse than Switzerland. People are, so I was on time. Started early. Just everything about African timing, right? So what Peter Thiel said, and what a lot of VCs in the US and broadly speaking the West have said is the 80-20 law in venture can be as much as 90-10. Now, I beg to differ when it comes to emerging markets. One of the reasons is a lot of businesses in San Francisco and New York, and arguably even Berlin, London, and even parts of Asia, are not solving problems that are relevant to anyone below the top 10% or the top 20% of the population. So they're solving nice-to-have problems, and there tends to be an oversupply of capital, and you've got very few real pertinent needs that are being solved by tech. As a result of that, when the flavor of the month changes and you've got another shining star in your sector, the previous ones fall away. So you've got a massive dropout when it comes to the sustainability of funding in quote-unquote developed market VC. In emerging market tech, and I'm sure we will have stats on this in the next sort of 4 to 5 years as the market develops. If you look at the percentage of African post-Series A companies, right, that have folded versus the percentage of European, Asian, or US post-Series A companies that have folded, there's a marked difference. Yes, it takes longer to get to Series A because the supply of capital is limited. There aren't that many pre-seed, seed, and Series A funds in Africa, right? But if you get there, a hop, jump, and a skip, and it takes you 3 years or 4 years, even 5 years, once you get that, you know for a fact that you're solving a real problem. There is product market fit. You're not a one-trick pony. Yes, you do have companies that fail post-Series A, but it is so tiny compared to the amount of failures post-Series A in the US and Europe, right? So I beg to differ. There is a lot of failure at the pre-seed, seed stage across Africa. 100% agree, just like that there is in the US. But I would challenge anyone here in the audience to name, I don't know, 20, 25 post-Series A, Series B companies in Africa that have failed. There aren't that many, right? Because it takes a lot of effort, and VCs that fund these companies add a tremendous amount of value. So in our fund, we are, I mean, and we're honored to partner, I mean, both Hungwe and Melvin are advisors to our fund. We've got 200 plus LPs in our fund, several of whom are sitting here. We expect our investors and our advisors and the team to add a lot of non-financial value to our companies, similar to the points that Ashim, Melvin, and Hungwe made. So it's helping our founders with access to digital talent, helping them with POCs and pilots with insurers, with banks, with telcos, with retailers, helping investors co-invest alongside us, getting them media exposure. So if you do all of that and you have either a B2B or a B2B2C business model, the failure rate is actually not that high. So in our fund, again, we're now in starting year 3 of our fund. There's another just under 5 years to go in our fund. We don't expect 80% of our companies to fail, right? In my last fund, Startup Bootcamp, which was an accelerator fund, out of 30 companies 6 years ago, 24 are still active, and we've already exited 4 companies. So no, I beg to defer. That is maybe a very US or European-centric way where you do have a lot of decacorns and whatever the terms are for these, but we expect our companies, maybe 10 to 20% of them to be absolute failures. And once a company gets to a Series A or a Series B round, we will look at strategically doing a secondary exit and taking some money off the table. So, you know, as Africans, as folks from emerging markets, we really have blatantly copying what worked 25 years ago in Silicon Valley. I'm sorry, the bell curve ain't a fat-tailed bell curve for the physicists and people that weren't sleeping in stats class, right? You've got to cut your losses with the companies that are in the 3rd and 4th and 5th quintiles in your fund. Yes, I look at it in terms of quintiles. The 5th quintile, you're going to lose money. But you got to be able to strategically sell assets in your 3rd and 4th quintiles as well. And true venture capital in emerging markets is as much about downside protection as it is upside, J-curve, massive returns. So no, we aren't expecting 1 or 2 companies to return an entire fund. If they do, thank you very much, founders. But we expect the 2nd and 3rd quintiles to also make us at least, 25, 30% IRR individually.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Jordan. Now, I can't let you go because you are, again, you have 126 in your portfolio. And again, part of what we're exploring here is the state of the collaboration in our ecosystem. And you are probably entirely at the mercy of that collaboration for your 125 companies to succeed. So would love to hear from you perhaps the story of one of the portfolio companies where you've seen either you've helped them secure talent with a network, but something that gives us a sense of how the maturity of the ecosystem and the collaboration.
Yeah, I think collaboration happens at three spheres. Sorry, one is portfolio companies working with other portfolio companies, right? And Hungwe mentioned that earlier. We had an offsite this past weekend where we had 14 of our portfolio companies, and even within these 14 companies, there was so much magic from a product, sector, and geography perspective. The reality is, you can't, unless you're in Nigeria, where you have 220 million people plus, you need to be able to expand into multiple countries. I said this on stage last year in AfricArena, I'm saying it again. You have to expand into more than one African country unless you happen to be in Nigeria. And even in Nigeria, you have to look beyond the borders of the country. So as a VC, when you have 120 plus portfolio companies across 20 different countries, your portfolio founders can benefit from win-win situations by helping other founders expand to different markets. I'll give you one example. We've got, and by the way, this is not limited to the same sector. So in this particular example, I'll give you 2. We have a very prominent ed tech in Nigeria called EdVes, EDVES. They're an LMS, a learner management software tool in high schools. They have about 1,200 high schools in Nigeria that use them, right? And then in South Africa, we have a robotics software company called Resolute Robotics. And they teach kids from as little as 8 years old all the way up to early adults how to use the concept of robotics and coding in their school life. So we've connected both these founders, they're both portfolio companies of ours, and we've introduced robotics as a discipline through the learner management software in Nigeria. As a result, when this LMS platform, EdVes, is selling its solution to high schools in Nigeria, robotics is a value-added software. And it's a win-win for both, right? You now get robotics toolkits manufactured in South Africa, sold in up to 1,000 schools in Nigeria. Never have happened without the collaboration here, right? And there are so many examples. This was edtech to edtech, but you can have a fintech, a payment solution, provide a gateway for peer-to-peer insurance in another country. We have a very prominent payment startup called Peach Payments in South Africa. They've been looking to get into the Botswana and SADC market, and we have an insurtech in Botswana called Alpha Direct that now uses Peach Payments as its rails for payments, and Peach Payments can now get into the Botswana market. So it's a win-win for both. And funds really have to start managing their portfolios. It's not the responsibility of just founders, right? So portfolio synergies is arguably one of the biggest things that funds have in their arsenal that they're not using, that they should use. The second thing is getting your LPs involved in co-investments. Often the distance between LPs and founders is way too large. Funds tend to be very protective of their LPs. It's not the case. In emerging markets, you need to add, especially if you have strategic retail LPs that are not just DFIs, with no offense to the DFIs, but strategic retail LPs can add a lot more value to portfolio companies, and it's our duty as funds to allow our LPs to interact directly with our founders where co-investment opportunities are relevant.
Thank you for that. Very insightful. Now, if we, hanging over our heads is this question, the state of affairs. And I think if we were listening to Mr. George, it seems that we should conclude that the state of our affairs has never been better. Things are clearly picking up, but surely there must be gaps. Surely there are things we would like to see more of. What are the gaps that perhaps you're seeing? Hangry Mel or Ash?
Yeah. I guess to the point around collaboration, I think one is that collaboration is happening in silos and it's almost by chance as opposed to by design. And so the question then becomes, how do we actually have collaboration at the heart of the design of our funds, of our companies, of our communities that we build? I think too often both, and I've seen as a founder, as an investor, we often fight over in Africa who has the biggest sandcastle on the beach. And we're like trying to pull each other down and say it's because of that person, because he has long hair, he has short hair, whatever it is. Whereas we're fighting on the beach while our peers globally are building skyscrapers on the beachfront. And I think it's that appreciation that Hungry mentioned earlier about we're part of an ecosystem, and I think that appreciation is missing. And I see some pockets of that happening. So Harambeans, we have that there. There are many managers in that community, and there are many like that, but they're so disparate, and I think that's the concern right now that we can improve.
Wow, I love that. So how do we actually pull it into design? Ash, have you seen evidence of folks designing it into their portfolio management? Are you guys begun to do this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, to be honest, I think all my colleagues here on the panel have touched on this and how they're doing it. Inviting 14 portfolio companies to, over a weekend, that is intentionally, bringing them together and advocating and enabling that collaboration. Certainly, it's something that we do. We connect companies all the time. And interestingly, actually, back to Hangwi's point about building an ecosystem and not just your own portfolio, we often connect our portfolio companies with companies that maybe we've come across. They've come to pitch to us. It wasn't a fit. But we say, you know what? Hey, I can think of somebody that you really need to talk to. Or we reach out to one of our portfolio companies and say, you know what, I spoke to this guy the other day, or this girl, and wow, they were brilliant. And you know what, they're building something that could really be interesting for you guys. So certainly the collaboration is happening, and I do believe that there is a lot of intentionality around it. There is also, and this is maybe the other dimension of the collaboration happening across VCs. And this, in my belief, is incredibly important, especially in Africa, and especially where we are at the moment. And I say this because, A, Africa is 54 countries, so we know it is not just one clean slate that everything is the same. If we don't collaborate, it will be increasingly difficult for VCs to do Pan-African business because we don't know it all, and we are typically fairly lean, so we don't have people in every country like some big corporates. We do need to rely on our peers in the markets, be able to pick up the phone and say, hey, you know what? One of my portfolio companies needs X, Y, and Z. Can you help out? Or to say, I'm looking at somebody. I know you're already in there. Can we have a conversation? As well as actually speaking to each other when you are co-invested in an opportunity, right? And sometimes we don't know, I mean, or we forget, right? Because the cap tables, especially at the pre-seed level, can be quite large sometimes because, you know, there are angels in there, there's, you know, early stage VCs in there's accelerators in there, there's all sorts of people, right? But if you intentionally look at those cap tables and say, okay, you know, I want to actually talk to these guys. I want to speak with Melvin and say, hey, I know these guys in Uganda and you guys are working with them and we need to make sure that we do X, Y, and Z for them because this is what I've seen in the last conversation I had or in the report. One of the things that we do with our portfolio companies that we really look at it as an extension of who we are. So sitting down and looking at strategy can oftentimes really be very, very beneficial because, again, a lot of the founders are first-time founders. They are building incredibly quickly. Edves is a company that is rolling out product roadmap at an accelerated pace that is actually unbelievable. At the same time, two young guys, we gotta make sure that we are there looking through strategy, enabling this strategy to actually ensure that, okay, we're checking and we're making sure that, you know, this all may, and just bringing fresh ideas in there as well. So really intentionality is, I think, the key. Certainly, I see it across the board here on the panel, and we've just spent a weekend with a lot of other VCs, so there is the collaboration, there is intentionality across the board. I believe Africa probably is far ahead of some of the other markets with regards to the intentionality in collaboration, which is why I agree with Zach that that 80-20 rule is probably inverse in Africa.
Here. Great, the African rule of that. Henry, what perhaps, it's not that this collaboration is the best thing since sliced bread, but what are the risks of this collaboration? Are people worried that folks will steal the LPs, or what are the threats, or why are people perhaps hesitant, or what should we be mindful of? Have you come across any of those?
So, I happen to be in a very fortunate position where, yes, collaboration has been the best thing since sliced bread. And to be honest, I haven't come across a more collaborative ecosystem than the one we have here. There isn't a single deal that I've looked at that I haven't been able to pick up the phone, call out an investor, or someone who's worked with them, or an accelerator, or an incubator, or anybody in the ecosystem, and say, hey, I'm having a conversation with X. Can we chat? The answer is always yes. The sharing is immediate, it is forthcoming, and it is transparent. And it's always like, well, you know, if you need anything more, happy to support. We dissected this entire sector. We've got a whole report we can send to you. I've been blown away, to be completely honest, by the level of collaboration that exists in this ecosystem. So I can't say that I've had the experience of it being super protective in terms of sharing and helping us build, because we are at that point where we're still fairly early. We're in the infancy of our journey in terms of building this ecosystem. And I'd like to think that it's mostly due to our African roots, of this idea of, you know, we go further together, and that it really does take a village to raise a child, and this child being this ecosystem, is that we're all chipping in and doing our bit. So no, I'm super excited for what we're going to do together collaboratively.
Well, you see, this is what happens when you gather venture capitalists in Cape Tonian heaven. We just hold hands and sing Kumbaya. Now, my people, questions. I'd love to tell folks from the audience. Please, go ahead. Can we get a mic, or? Oh, there we go. Mic's coming your way. Just briefly introduce yourself. And
Okay, hi. Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Jimmy Ramochopa. I'm founder of Tasky, which is a project management app. Sorry, I was just interested by what Zach said, particularly about the appetite for risk. I noticed you have an emphasis on the success rate of the ventures that you pay attention to. So I just wanted to find out, like, what informs that appetite or lack of appetite for risk? Is it based on funding? Or is it based on some sort of due diligence that you have in place? And then as a follow-up question, I'm just sitting here. Obviously, I don't have the stats that you go through, and I'm not as well informed as you are. But I just want to find out that could it perhaps be a limiting factor in terms of the fact that in entrepreneurship and in tech particularly, there's a lot of uncertainty. And so with that uncertainty and thus limiting your scope and placing some form of boundaries, does it in a way limit potential unicorns that may come up? Or is it better in your perspective to just play it safe and focus on a higher success rate?
What's your name again?
Jimmy.
Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy. Let's take another one and then kind of take it around. Anyone else? All once. Come on. Anyone has a question? Your thoughts, concerns, fears, apprehensions. We're psychologists too. All right. We'll take Jimmy. Go ahead.
Go for it.
Yeah, I wasn't super clear about the exact question, but I'll give you my thoughts on the question around success rates. I think what to avoid is, and I'm sure our fellow VCs in the panel have come across this, is don't come to us as VCs without doing proper research on what we do for a living and what businesses we fund, what stage we at. Everyone expects VCs to do a thorough DD on founders, which we do. I see too little of the opposite. I see way too many founders coming to us, writing the same email, the same call as you would do to me, to Melvin, to Ash, to Hungwy. And I'm just going to be very blunt. I always am blunt. It's just not cool. It's not cool. Because if you want us to respect you as founders, respect us as VCs. The same thing applies for accelerators, for venture builders, right? This is a marathon, not a sprint. That's something that's often been said, right? So let me give you a parallel to how a good pitch to a VC should work, right? You'll never learn this in business school, right? Look at the VC's portfolio. You can look at all the companies they've backed. If you want to be more precise, go to Crunchbase. Look at when they backed the company, why they backed the company, what was the valuation, what was the revenue. Most of this information is either available on Crunchbase or on PitchBook. Get a bloody subscription, do your homework, right? Now, if you were to go to a VC, if it's cold, preferably a warm intro, but a cold intro sometimes does work. But even in a cold intro, if you've come to a VC and says, hey guys, you said you were an accounting software platform? Okay, cool. Now, think of who the biggest clients for accounting software platforms are. And let's, assuming it's for SMEs. So if we, hypothetically, had backed an SME that does an inventory tool management platform, right? Whose biggest clients are accounting software platforms. And you were to write to me, hey, Zach, whoever, we noticed that you backed this company in this year and they've done really well. I happen to know the founder of this company and our software could solve their issues by X. You do that for 4 or 5 of our portfolio companies, if there is a fit, I can guarantee you will get the GPs of these funds get on a call with you. Not just the analysts. Why? Because you've actually done your homework on what the fund does and what's going to make their funds and their portfolio companies synergistically work with you. Versus, hi, my name is Jack Smith. I do this. This is my pitch deck. Please, will you fund me? It just doesn't work. Folks just don't do enough homework on who they're talking to. And I know it's a lot of work. Well, in that case, hire someone, an intern, to just do research on who the funds are, what the criteria are, who's in their portfolio, what their mandate, and then I guarantee you will get a much better response. I guarantee you 100%, but way too many founders completely ignore that. And it's just not cool. Yeah. And by the way, we all talk to each other. So if you approach a VC and you claim that you've spoken to another 3 VCs and you've got term sheets from them, or I have a yes from this, guess what? I'm WhatsApping the GP of that VC whilst you're talking to me. And I get a response within two minutes, and I'm like, it's not you, I'm just saying in general for founders. So just be honest about, it is a small ecosystem, we collaborate with each other, so just do your part as well. That'll really, really increase exponentially the likelihood of US founders getting not just funding, but getting non-financial value add. It goes a long way, trust me.
Yeah. And just to add very quickly, Jimmy, on your question, I would argue that, look, early stage funding is the highest risk asset class anybody invests in. Why we do it, honestly, is actually just a real question on our sanity, right? But jokes aside, it is a really high-risk asset class. It does come with having to have developed some sort of a model that you believe, and we all have different ones, by the way, right? That we believe, okay, if I look at a company, this is the type of product they do. Commerce only does fintech, right? There's a reason why they have decided that they only want to look at fintech. Sector agnostic, Pan-African, right? So we all have different mandates. And these mandates, we've put them in place because of a certain belief or vision that we have, but very much in line with our risk appetite as well. If I decide I am going to invest only in edtechs out of Burkina Faso, my risk appetite is probably different than a Pan-African fund. I got to put that out there. So I will argue that we definitely all have a very high tolerance for risk and a very high appetite for risk. Zach's point with regards to driving for success was really about how do we, as investors, work with founders to, as best as possible, throughout the different growth stages of the business, eliminate the risk and make it go from here a little lower. And that is this downside protection that he's talking about, right? To say that, look, we know that this is high risk, but we have to invest in these businesses, not just by monetary means, but with our knowledge, with our networks, with experience, with pulling in our LPs, pulling in advisors, pulling in my sister, my brother, my mom, right? Just pulling in anybody who I believe in that moment is going to help, support, grow, and de-risk. So just to clarify, I think that it's not that we only look and say, okay, this is going to be successful, so I'm going to go in here, right? Sometimes we don't know if you're going to be successful, but we're betting on that together we will be.
Here. Jimmy, are you happy? Here. You made Jimmy happy. Now, what's the next phase of collaboration in our ecosystem then? You know, again, I keep referring to the book, The Power Law, partly because it gave us a history of Silicon Valley's evolution. And what became very clear is initially, you know, they were all doing it individually, and then as VCs, you now have from your towering heights, you can begin to see where clusters are forming and where companies should merge. And so one of the things the book highlights is some of the biggest mergers in Silicon Valley actually happened. They're led by some of the VCs. Is that next for us? Are we there yet? What, in your sense, it seems that collaboration is happening. It is being driven by the need to collaborate. But what's next? What's coming around the corner? Mr. George or Henry, or who wants to get started?
I'll give a very small sort of prediction of what's going to happen, and we're seeing it now as of about 12 months ago. We're seeing a lot of consolidation from an M&A perspective, or at least intends to consolidate within sectors. So the retail tech supply chain optimization sector, it's such a broad term, but it's, you know, companies like Soko Watch, now Wasoko, Market Force,
Trade Depot.
Trade Depot, etc. Because it's so important, if you're building, and by the way, I'm not the biggest fan of just building to become a unicorn. I mean, it's a metric that was developed somewhere in San Francisco, now everyone wants to be a unicorn. Remember, by the way, as founders, remember, this is very important for founders. If you don't raise 16 million rounds of funding and own 2% of the company at Series K, right? It doesn't matter. You, just from a pure, if you are a selfish bastard and just care about money, if you've raised 16 rounds of funding and own 2% of the company and it's a unicorn, you make less money than if you own 40% of a company and it's worth $50 million, FYI. So let's just take a chill pill when it comes to our need to raise tons of money so we can get to that magical unicorn status. Please,
Right.
someone should just put this on record, repeat. By the way, unicorns are great, but it's about how you strategically build value in a company that's a lot more important. But that being said, if you look at the retail tech industry, in Kenya, you're now seeing arguably too many players that are trying to do the same thing, which is consolidating the informal retail sector. And there is a trend now where there could be 2 or 3 players that would start acquiring a lot of smaller players. What could also happen is, I mean, you mentioned Trade Depot in Nigeria. Trade Depot in Nigeria is on a mission to go and acquire smaller, similar supply chain tech platforms for retailers in Tunisia, in Burkina Faso, in Morocco, etc. And VCs often will start investing in companies knowing very well that there is an acquisition route 2 or 3 years down the line. And some really smart VCs will actually create those M&A opportunities within their portfolio. Sequoia does that exceptionally well, and so does A16, right? So you're seeing this consolidation M&A trend within VCs, and VCs will talk to each other saying, hey, you've got this portfolio company, we've got this. This one's not doing too well, but if we add it to this company, the consolidation could work a lot better. You win, I win, versus this company becoming a dog, right? So consolidation, especially in hotly contested sectors like payments, unsecured lending, supply chain with retailers, you're going to see a lot of consolidation, a lot of M&A happening in the next few years. Also because corporate Africa is not as, dare I say, smart, but I'm going to say it, when it comes to acquisitions, because if you look at the multiples of EBITDA, if EBITDA is positive, or multiples of revenue that corporates pay for startups, it's disgustingly small, right? But when you look at larger fintechs acquiring smaller fintechs, or larger retail techs acquiring smaller retail tech companies, the multiples of revenue are pretty damn high. So if you're a South African startup, don't build to sell to Naspers or build to sell to Old Mutual, because you may not get a high multiple of revenue. But if you build to either, scale or sell to a Flutterwave or to a Soko Watch or to a Market Force, it's a lot more strategic and you'll get paid a better multiple. Right? I'm just going to leave it there. I hope I didn't piss off any corporates.
Oh boy. Consolidation, that's what's next.
Yeah, so to build on that, I think consolidation isn't necessarily an altruistic attempt. I think there's definitely some self-interest, and I think we mustn't discount that. I think many of the companies I look at, when I was both building and investing, are positioning themselves as pan-African players. But Africa, unlike many continents, is so diverse, and so you can't only be camping out in Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt and say you're pan-African. You've got to go to Burkina Faso. I mean, we're looking at a deal now in Guinea, and I mean, you're just seeing things where for you to be a pan-African player and position yourself as such to the capital markets, being international capital markets, to list your company, you have to be really intentional about that. I think that's where there's really good skill in being able to win in your home market and take those learnings and win somewhere else. I think that's really where I think entrepreneurs, to Zach's point, will start focusing more to unlock that value. But I think as a whole, the African opportunity is phenomenal. But for you to unlock the opportunity across Africa, you have to truly be a pan-African player. I think that's going to drive a lot of that. That's across different industries.
So you're saying, in a sense, the role of VCs will be to help advise and educate some startups. There's still cake on the table.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And by the way, a lot of VCs are building M&A advisory boutiques within their operations. So VCs aren't just deploying capital and managing, but M&A advisory is now becoming part of a lot of VC mandates.
Ash, do you see anything else in the future of this exciting collaboration?
Well, I mean, I think it's clear that M&A is, at this point, the path for, sort of either consolidation or scale. It's two sides of a coin, of the same coin. At the same time, however, as we continue to grow the continent across board, and we're talking about, generally just GDP, what we see in countries, The hope is that the capital markets across the continent will move from being shallow to, gaining a little bit more depth, so that that can be an attractive, sort of path as well. It doesn't seem that it is at the moment. The other thing, and this is, I think, something that will be really interesting for founders to collaborate on with their investors, is to say, what will make me attractive for an acquisition, right? So we're not all going to be the ones acquiring, okay? And even if we have acquired 4, 5, 6 different smaller players to become that big Pan-African player, there is still an exit game, right? So there may still be an international, bigger fintech coming to acquire me. I mean, we've seen Stripe, Paystack, right? So that does happen. But the question is, how do I ensure that I position myself as that attractive player? Because guess what? There's like 4 or 5 of you. Maybe not of the big ones, but of the smaller ones. Why would I come and acquire you at that attractive multiple? So you got to work together with your investors and with, especially those that have successfully led some of these kind of transactions, to say, how do I ensure that my acquirability index is higher?
Wow, well, thank you for that. Now, we got about 3 minutes before these fine people kick us off stage. Hungry, and I am the founder of Parameters, and so I guess to stay in brand, I must end with one of our favorite questions, which is, if we were to meet here in AfricArena, Hungry, in 2032, 10 years from now, what would be your wish for collaboration in the ecosystem? Make a wish, and be careful, because it might just come true. What's your wish?
My wish. So, yeah, okay, we're back on. Before I get to my wish, I just wanted to add on to what you guys just said around what's next. I just want to point out, guys, that we are building phenomenal talent in Africa. I think one of the things, speaking to a lot of international investors in their various markets, is everyone is pressed to find resilient founders in these tough times. Like, we want strong founders who are going to be in it for the long haul. We're going through tough times. And I sit there and I was like, who knows a thing or two about tough times? Just Africans, right? We are made of tough stuff. We built our businesses in the toughest environments. That's where our solutions come from. And there's, I think, and maybe even leading on to sort of my wish, is around how we can sort of collaboratively start looking at strengthening, building, and empowering this amazing talent that we have across this continent. I've seen the most mind-blowing things that people are coming up with, ways to solve for problems and opportunities in difficult circumstances. And it's exactly that sort of spirit, that sort of energy that I'd love to see at the forefront of what Africa is kind of known for, because we build things that are worth building, right? It's not just the nice to have stuff, right? It's the things that matter, that are important, and that are solving for real problems. And so instead of us kind of being positioned as, how do we follow the Silicon Valley curve, I'd love for the rest of this world to be looking into what we have right here and be like, hey guys, how do we get that? How do we do whatever's going on in Africa right now? Because it's working, right?
May your wish come true. Mr. Omega, make a wish and be careful, because it might just come true.
No, good sir. Probably 2 things. I think one, if we're at AfricArena in 2032, hopefully we won't be here. I think we'll be at a CTICC or somewhere fairly large, or the good place of Franschhoek, which I know you enjoy yourself. But I think in the same vein, also seeing a more active ecosystem from a founder perspective. And I say this from, how do we get entrepreneurs who successfully exited and built businesses out of funds coming back and reinvesting in the ecosystem? I think the next part of the Silicon Valley conversation is those, the Bezoses, the Teals of the world in the ecosystem. And I think seeing that come to fruition will definitely be the strong evolution of our
May your wish come true. Ash, make a wish and be careful, because it might just come true.
Well, I sure hope it comes true. So I would also touch on 2 points. One, the wish and the hope really is that we can build these collaborations that we are currently building in the ecosystem, that we can extend these towards the regulators. there are some, incredible startups actually trying to help bridge these, gaps and chasms that we see between the regulator and especially the startup ecosystem. We know that the Startup Act, is something that is being driven in, I know in South Africa, there's people working on it. In Nigeria, it was just passed into law. Tunisia was the forerunner for it. So certainly, that's a big one. But also, how do we ensure that the regulators really understand what the fintechs are doing? Because in the end of the day, they're not trying necessarily to be difficult. They oftentimes simply just don't understand. So building that there's more collaboration so that they can be an enabler for the ecosystem as, instead of sort of restricting the ecosystem. That would be one wish. The other one would be with regards to, understanding that in Africa, sometimes, even though I may be building a tech solution, that tech solution can look really CapEx heavy. Because we have systemic issues around infrastructure in Africa, we cannot always compare building a tech business in Africa with building a tech business in Germany, for instance.
May your wish come true. Mr. George, make a wish and be careful because it might just come true.
I think one of the practical things, everyone's point here, I would like all of that to come true. The last couple of things I'd want to say is, I'd like to see corporate Africa get more involved with entrepreneurs. I spent almost 10 years of my life working for 3 major financial services corporations in the US and briefly in Africa. I just don't think corporates in Africa really understand the opportunity that entrepreneurs create. Most of the work that corporates do with entrepreneurs has historically just been through CSI or enterprise development, which is good. It's a good start. Commerce Ventures, one of our investors, is one of the most shining examples of CVC, corporate venture capital, done right. A lot of corporate venture capital in Africa tends to be done on balance sheet. So you require massive amounts of equity reserves, and for every dollar you invest in a startup, you need to show 4 or 5 times leverage that you can't touch. So it's massively inefficient. So I'd like to see CVCs really grow.
Yeah.
And the moment you do that, you're going to have some really smart kids graduating from UCT, from Stellenbosch, from WITS, all the top universities in South Africa, and apply that logic to the rest of Africa. And they're going to graduate and not tell their parents, hey, I want to work for Vodacom. I want to work for Sanlam. I want to work for EcoBank. No. You're going to go and run a startup because you know that corporates will still play a massive role, but the value that they provide to startups will come in the form of strategic investment and not just quote unquote CSI and a lot of initiatives that haven't really done well so far. When that happens and a greater percentage of our smartest STEM graduates are starting companies with funding coming from government and corporate in addition to us VCs, we can live in a world where in 10 years from now, AfricArena can actually happen in a place like Kailicha or Soweto, and not only in Franschhoek and the Biscuit Mill, because you will have a culture of innovation where kids will be told, you can start a fintech, you can be a Melvin Lubega, even if you come from Soweto or Kailicha. And corporates play into that narrative because it affects your bottom line, not just your feel-good handbook. Then I would like to see AfricArena happening in Soweto or in Kailicha.
All right, my people, did we learn something? Yes? Did we learn anything? Yes. Here, well, give them a round of applause then. Thank you all so much. I only have one wish for all of you. I wish that we all take a selfie to immortalize this. So shall we try this? Come on, people. People in the back, you got to raise your hand so we can see you. Come on, raise your hand, raise your hand. There it is. Benito, thank you all.
Lovely. Thank you, Okendo. Thank you very much to your panel. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for our fantastic panel over here. Thank you very much, guys. You may exit the stage. Thank you. That was, guys, I think that deserves another round of applause. That was truly insightful, really brilliant. And I hope that's a sort of idea of how these panels work, guys. Make sure you take the notes. You literally have the most knowledgeable people at your disposal. You ask those questions. We're going to just point out one more time that the password is finally up on the screen over here, as well as the Wi-Fi name. So if you haven't yet jumped on the Wi-Fi network, go to PepWave, and that's your password down there. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time we move on with our next panel so that we don't run out of time over here. So what I would like to do the stage over here, firstly I'm going to ask Mr. Omar Basse to come and join us up on stage. Once he's got his mic, I will read out all the names, and once you are mic'd, or you've got your mic, if you can please come to the front over here. We've got Craig Mullett who's going to join us. We've got Tom Attenborough from the London Stock Exchange who's going to join us. We've got Rajiv Daya who's going to join us. And we've also got Shanae Johnson. There she is. She's appeared on my screen. Fantastic. In addition to the panel who I know is going to help out. I want to say this. Mr. George said something very interesting. The one thing I do take away from that panel discussion was the idea that, guys, if you are not based in Nigeria, you've got to be thinking about expanding across Africa. Like, you know what I mean? Like, our markets are way too small to be thinking that South Africa is good enough, Botswana is good enough. No. You've got to be thinking Pan-African. And that's a fantastic thing to say, but how on earth do you achieve that scale? And so I'm very happy that he said that, because our discussion right now is how to achieve that scale. You've got your idea? Maybe regionally, it's time to think Pan-African, it's time to think globally. And this panel over here is going to give you the insights that you may need in terms of how to achieve scale in Africa, mergers and acquisitions versus organic growth. With that being said, I'm going to ask Mr. Kobus Lawrence to make his way to the stage over here. Kobus is going to be facilitating our panel, and as he comes to the stage, I'm going to ask the rest of our panel to please join us up on stage as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for our second panel discussion. Are they still being mic'd up, gents?
Yeah.
You're nearly there. Well, come on up as one by one so that we can start getting the introductions out of the way.
Thank
I
you.
shall hand over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's working. Okay. Yeah, we're just getting the final guys mic'd up, and then we're ready to go.
The size.
Yeah. We couldn't have had a better warm-up for this session than the question time from the previous session. Really introduced the idea of mergers and acquisitions as an exit strategy, and all the uses, how useful it can be for consolidation and all kinds of just keeping the whole ecosystem alive and vibrant. So I think we'd need 2 more guys mic'd up, then we're ready. I can maybe start by introducing myself very briefly. I represent a publication called VentureBone. It is a South African-based but Pan-African publication, online publication, focusing on the VC and startup space. So if you haven't checked it out, please do so. I'm also the founder of a media startup in my own right. Thank you very much. I think everybody's here. So let's get going. I'm not going to try and do justice to the CVs we've got on the stage here. So I asked everyone to do a short introduction of themselves, and maybe just to situate themselves in terms of M&A, and maybe M&A in the South African context as much as you can. Umar.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Umar Baz.
Not sure your mic is on.
Yeah. I think the mic.
Okay. Shall we maybe? Yeah, maybe you can go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Good morning. Sorry for the mic. So my name is Umar Bas. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Yavante Express. We are building the leading logistic tech venture in Africa. So we have a presence in over 23 African markets, and we have office presence in 10, including South Africa. Thank you.
Is this working? No? Yes? Oh,
Yeah.
great. Okay, perfect. Look, absolutely great to be here. My name's Tom Attenborough. I head the international primary markets business at London Stock Exchange, so helping international companies make their way through to the London market to raise capital in various forms. I've had quite a lot of people over the course of the last few days say, you know, what are you doing here? And I think there are a couple of reasons. One, the journey for a lot of companies from startup to scale up to actually thinking about public markets, particularly in areas like tech where things are very fast moving, gets shorter and shorter. And so understanding what's happening in this sort of ecosystem becomes, for me, really, really super important. And the second thing is, I think, for the London Stock Exchange is that we're a convener of capital, of those that have it and those that need it. And increasingly, we're thinking about our role in the financial ecosystem as saying, we don't need to be constrained by what's listed and what's not, but how can we support private companies on their way through that journey? So if anyone's interested in some of the things we're doing in that private space, do collar me afterwards. It's not quite the topic of this. But you know, I'm looking forward to this discussion. I quite often have conversations with companies as they come through to IPO around what are the things that M&A and scaling up can do for me in terms of valuation, in terms of the positioning of my exit. So I think you know, I have that debate, often looking the other way through the telescope, as it were, from my perspective. But hopefully I'll add something from a slightly different angle to this debate. And pleased to be here.
Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Is it morning or afternoon?
Just morning.
Just morning. Great. As you mentioned, this is a great continuation of the previous panel. So, Rajiv Daya, my background is actually in M&A. I worked on over $1 billion worth of advisory work across sub-Saharan Africa at Goldman Sachs previously. Before that, strategy consulting. I also spent some time in East Africa, in Nairobi, working at the World Bank Group. And I currently work with pre-seed, seed stage startups in my capacity as head of investments at Founders Factory Africa. So I would say there's probably three different environments that I've been exposed to from an M&A or consolidation standpoint. The first, as I mentioned, when I actually did M&A advisory work, was working with Africa's largest corporates. So typically involved with, you know, CEO, CFO of a large listed organization. Then in East Africa, when I was at the World Bank, I was involved in consolidation type work with governments. So more public sector. And in my current role, it's consolidation or working together from a startup perspective. And I would say all three of those are fantastic applications of the concept of M&A or consolidation. But the common thread among all three environments in which I've been exposed to is that the people who get in the way are also the people who tend to be the biggest beneficiaries. And so I hope that's something that we can maybe unpack during the panel. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I look forward to the conversation.
Hi.
That's on.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Good morning. You're the brave crowd that didn't go to the coffee just yet. So I want to thank you all for staying along. I'm Sinead Johnson. I'm a director at DFS Lab. We do a lot of work in stealth mode, but we're an early stage investor and we're founder friendly. You know, we've got 30 portfolio companies across Africa and we've been investing for 3 years. So still learning a lot about the environment. But I think what is important to us is that, you know, the track record for African exits is not yet well proven. So how do we at an early stage really prepare our founders for what will come next in subsequent funding stages? I think as someone who's been working for more than 10 years across regulation, consulting, investment banking, and now in the VC environment, you know, there is just so much in terms of how that whole ecosystem of players comes together. what the incentives are. And as an early stage VC, we have to think critically around what sort of expectations we set with our founders early on, how we manage those expectations, and also to think about, you know, what sort of outcomes will be good, not only for us, but for those, because not everyone out here is there to build a unicorn. We're going to see a lot of half unicorns, and we're going to see some trade sales, you know, that come in below the $500 million mark. And I think for a lot of the investment community and the startup community, we're still trying to navigate what those potential pathways look like. So that's something I'd put on the agenda today. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Craig Mullett. I run a M&A advisory firm near New York City. I originally grew up in Cape Town, and I'm also an angel investor. Backed 41 startups, including a couple that are at this conference. I'm also an LP in Launch Africa. And hopefully the contribution that I can bring to the panel today is around two key aspects. Firstly, how do you build a startup so that you become attractive for that M&A exit? It was touched on by the previous panel. And I kind of see it from both sides, working with corporate acquirers in terms of what they want from a start. And then what are those steps, if you work backwards on day one, that you need to start thinking about as you build your startup. And then also those strategic decisions, both from the corporate side as well as from some bigger startup sides, of what do you do in terms of trying to grow a business organically with your own team, developing your own products. Sometimes it's much quicker to get to market by buying. And you have to think through that process, and it's different for every company at every stage. And I'm sure we'll explore some of those themes today.
Umar, if I can come back to you, I believe you've been on both sides of the option to, or considering acquiring to grow, and also having to consider offers to be acquired. Can you give us any perspective on what that looks like from a founder's perspective?
Well, from a founder perspective, the choice to make when you started to scale globally across Africa and other markets, so you clearly understand that it's not only about your product, it's not only about the capacity that you have, it's also about the partnership, the key partnerships that you might be able to lack. So one of the things that we have done with Ubuntu, but 2 years ago, we had an acquisition offer from one of the top companies in Northern American markets. So we was kind of saying that was too earlier, and then the deal offer was not so much interesting for us. And then we went from being at that level to focusing on building Ubuntu Express across the continent. So we started. It's all about also having a strong startup culture that could help you launch, and a set of things that have been said earlier on the previous conversations. But what is specific to our journey with Ubuntu Express is the fact that we were able to mix a certain sort of key processes. It's like a playbook. It's a corporate approach, but also mixing it with our startup culture and leveraging on the network that we have built, and the support also we have from an acceleration program, Startup Bootcamp, and personally as a second level founder. So Ubuntu is my second startup. So I did leverage on the previously held network that I had, and then from Ubuntu perspective now, we are over 23 African markets, and we have 10 offices in 10 different countries, and all started just 3 years ago in Senegal, with my very small team. When we started, we were just doing 50 deliveries per day, and now we just exceeding 100,050 deliveries. So it's just coming on a point that we were saying to ourselves, we need to be more strategic on that and do some acquisition in the future. So that's in our plan as well. So a part of the current fund that we are raising, it's also to be able to do some acquisition of other players in other markets. Thanks.
Okay. Tom, maybe if I can ask you, I know from inside in the African ecosystem, we're very, you know, maybe people might disagree with me, but we're very keen to drive some investments to exit, because we, you know, it's not the most mature sort of ecosystem, which has its pros and its cons, but we want to see some successful exits. Do you see M&A as really a useful thing to help you know, accelerate that process?
Yeah, I do absolutely. I think, as we've heard on the previous panel, there are a lot of people around, you know, the continent doing some similar things, you know, and ultimately, you know, cooperation, collaboration, which may ultimately lead to M&A as a way of sort of supercharging the organic growth that the company started with, I think is a fantastic way of building scale quickly. I think as we think about, and in fact, Ash touched on this, the acquirability index, I think she referred to. I think as you know, many companies build towards what they see as potentially a natural exit into a larger you know, entity, then, you know, scale becomes important to be on the radar. You know, at the end of the day, if someone's got, it's only a very small check. For some of the bigger, you know, international corporates, is that really going to move the needle? So I think, you know, scale becomes, you know, obviously important. Diversification of revenues, both in terms of, you know, up and down, you know, the value chain of the proposition, but also geographical diversification of revenues as well. And there was a lot of talk in the last panel, I thought very way around, you know, sort of expansion across the continent and what that brings to the Pan-African story, that I think we see as quite sort of integral to a lot of sort of substantial exits. I think to those few companies who may at this stage be thinking about capital markets, not necessarily you know, an M&A exit, then all of those things still apply, because, you know, being able to show at the point of any market, you know, transaction, that you've got, you know, scale, you've got critical mass, you've got diversification of revenues, you've got some sort of, you've de-risked it to some extent in terms of the geopolitical and currency risk of, you know, one individual market. I think, you know, all of those things become important. I think the one area in which perhaps it's a little bit different is if that's the route you're going, then so public market investors would take a very, very stern view as to actually your integration progress and what you've done, and are you capable of delivering you know, M&A within the business. And you know, there are some challenges which I'm sure this panel will continue to explore, that, you know, M&A is fraught with challenges. You know, not only because there are entities with different valuation expectations, potentially shareholders who have different motivations, different timescales. You have ego issues and founders, and who's going to lead it, and who's going to lead what, and how you're going to measure success of a combined business, and set those targets for success on day one. But then how you're going to measure against that, how you're going to make sure that talent remains locked into the business. So, look, it's got its challenges, but I think if done right, it can absolutely speed up, I'll say, turbocharge growth and make an exit much more attractive.
Rajiv, if we can maybe touch on some of those challenges. I don't know if you want to circle back to what you said in your intro about, you know, sometimes the beneficiaries being the you know, the hurdle that it has to pass. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a South African entrepreneur, investor, quite a controversial character, so we'll just leave it anonymous, who says that there's three types of founders. There's the first-time founder who's obsessed with product and building the best product. There's a second-time founder who is thinking about distribution. And then there's a third-time founder who thinks about value chain. And I'm just looking at the topic that you see above us, which is M&A versus organic growth. And I just want to, you know, say from my side, the caveat up front is that these things are not mutually exclusive, right? So it's not or. If you can afford to, or if you have a product or a service, and you can grow organically really well, and you can hit the J curve that your investors want to see, great. Don't worry about M&A.
The reality, though, is that for a corporate, for a government, the three examples I gave in my intro, there comes a point at which you need to think about orchestrating growth that is not happening organically if you want to continue to innovate and grow. And so I think it's important to distinguish between two types of M&A that some of us were talking about a couple of days ago. One is exit. So I'm building because I want to be acquired by a corporate. The second type of M&A is consolidation of value chains. So that type 3 founder who thinks about value chain is thinking about the entire value chain, not the sexy app at the end of the value chain, which is the user interface. And they're thinking about how am I going to capture more margin, more value, and consolidate across a value chain before I think about M&A from an exit standpoint. And that's what sets apart a founder who's thinking long-term versus I'm building to exit. So I think that for me is a critical part of this. In terms of the challenges, I think that there's also been this misconception, and I think I'm talking to a room that's got a fair amount of founders in, and the one thing that we always see as investors is, I think that I have to put forward a pitch deck or a growth strategy which shows that I'm going from Ghana to Nigeria or Tanzania to Kenya, because there's an expectation that I have to either grow organically or inorganically to become Pan-African. And I think that's the one thing that I also want to ensure that we don't fall into a trap of on the continent, because there may be another country or market that's more conducive for you to enter, whether it's organically or inorganically, and it may not be geographically adjacent to you, but it makes a lot more business sense. So I think the one thing that's worth thinking about if you are a founder and you're thinking about growth and inorganic growth specifically is to not assume that it needs to be geographically adjacent. And you know, you could be a founder in Nigeria where there's a massive Islamic population, and it may make more sense for you to take a product that's built for Islamic banking into Pakistan, not Ghana, right? So, you know, those types of things that come across as pretty obvious, but could actually be subtle advantages. If there is time, the one challenge I think is something that I call the paradox of growth as far as African startups are concerned. And to me, it's one of the biggest challenges. So if we were having this conversation in Silicon Valley or in London, and if you're building a startup and you're disrupting a value chain, again, going back to the concept of value chains, what you can afford to do is you could afford to build a product or a service, and you could market directly on Instagram or TikTok or whatever. You can afford to disrupt a value chain, and then a corporate comes along and says, hey, you're actually doing something a lot more innovatively than I can. I need to work with you, and you've got the power. The paradox of growth in Africa is that when you're a founder and you go to an investor, they say, I need to see a B2B strategy here because B2C just doesn't work in Africa because it's too expensive, your customers don't have purchasing power, so you need to be B2B or B2B2C. And then you go, okay, so I have to go sell to a corporate, which is going to take 2 years because it's a long sales cycle, and then they have all the leverage, and then as Zach said earlier, they then pay me a really bad multiple because in order for me to disrupt them, I have to ask them to onboard me onto their platforms because the investors want to see a B2B or B2B2C strategy. So it becomes a bit paradoxical there, and again, that's why consolidation with other founders who are creating value to collectively disrupt a value chain is, to me, a more obvious way of growth.
Shanae, sorry. Could you maybe just tell us a bit about, you mentioned earlier that you've got some concern about how well early stage people are prepared, you know, for this as an eventual possibility for exit or sort of, you know, where they're headed. How do you guys talk to your early stage investors about this? What's in Africa specifically?
So I I think there's a more important thing to do here, and it's just for me to kind of reset and take a step back, right, around all of this. So when you're working with a founder, and I think Rajiv spoke of it so eloquently, you know, a type 1 founder who's building to be acquired early, and type 2 founder who is now going to look across the value chain and consolidate and create further value through that, right? So depending on the founder and what their intention is and what the goal setting is around that, the advice is going to be very different. And my advice to founders in the room would be to align yourself with a type of investor that understands your play and also has the incentives that are aligned to that play. Because, you know, there are going to be some cases where you have a type 2 founder who really wants to kind of work along that value chain spectrum, who meets the investor who's looking for the early exit. And that's a mismatch. It's a mismatch in terms of horizon, goal setting, and other things. So I think the more important thing is, you know, who are you as a founder and what type of investor do you need? Now for DFS Lab, I mean, we've got a 10-year longer horizon. Typically see us working with these type 2 founders. And what has already been said in I think this panel and the previous panel was around brokering those introductions between your founders, bigger corporates, other teams, right, that could be working together across the value chain or somehow merging in that way. And I think even at a very early stage, it even speaks to the acquisition of talent, right? Which is a really major thing for us, right? So if you have a team that's building but haven't quite figured out yet what model they're going to do very, very early stage, but they're a great team, there could be other ways of acquiring and getting in the right talent, expertise, So for me, the bit about acquisition goes a lot further than just the technical concept around M&A, but really understanding what your goals are and how to align yourself with the right people. Yeah.
Craig, maybe from the perspective of, say, a corporate looking to acquire, for whatever reason, can you give us an idea of what makes, maybe for the founders, also the VCs in the room, what makes a startup look acquirable, or maybe what are the red flags that might say no?
Yeah, that's a great question, and certainly that's something I deal with every day, both from the M&A side with corporate clients as well as from startup founders asking those questions. Just went through some of those ideas. So generally, when I'm advising clients and startups, it's actually a simple kind of 4 key area framework. So the first thing is to look at the core of the business in terms of the products or technology. Like, what do you do? And often a lot of the best value actually comes from being slightly adjacent to the core. So if it's a pure consolidation roll-up play, two chicken sandwich businesses that are on the same street, that has a little bit of value, but it's not breakthrough value. So often I found much more value in something that's a little bit different to what the core business is, but it's still touching it so that you can get that overlap. The second area, which was also touched on by Rajiv in terms of the markets and the customers. And once again, adjacent is sometimes good, but it doesn't have to be adjacent geographically, just adjacent in terms of the segments that you're attacking. The third area that you're looking at is the operations, the business processes, how is the business structured? And the fourth thing is the people, and that's really important. And in fact, I think JP Morgan, it was quoted in today's Business Day, they're expecting around $100 billion in sub-Saharan African M&A in 2022. But if that's the kind of size of the mountain, a lot of the deals that form the bulk of that are going to be fairly small deals. And they're going to have a spectrum of being companies that are going to be paid at a reasonable multiple to businesses that are almost what we call acqui-hires, where really there's minimal being paid for the company, you're really bringing on that team. And one of the challenges as a startup founder is you want to keep the value above just being the acqui-hire, because from an investor point of view, a monetary quite frankly, a failure. It's a write-off. There may be some jobs that are preserved, but that's about it. So you want to move up that spectrum. And from a corporate acquirer's point of view, the acqui-hires can be good value, but you don't tick anything in the other three boxes, right? You don't get significant product-led growth by a team that's ongoing, because typically you're at a failure point and you're just getting the people skills. So I think it's those four categories that I would focus on in terms of looking at how you build the business.
Ask a general question. Anybody can jump in who wants to. Mergers and M&A can also go spectacularly wrong and actually destroy value, I think, if it's not done well. Or at least you might end up acquiring something that through the process loses much of its value and maybe what you were acquiring it for. Any comment on that, or how does one avoid that scenario? Rajiv, maybe? I put you on the spot.
Yeah, as you were talking, in my mind, I was drawing an analogy of any relationship and integration post some event, whether it's marriage or what have you. It's a question of accepting that post-event, let's call it, whether it's merger, marriage, whatever, requires a period of integration from an economic, cultural, personality standpoint. And the best way to solve for that is go back to what we do in life. Date, understand pros and cons. There's no need to, unless you've got an existential reason or a cash flow reason to do something in a rushed way, there's no reason that you shouldn't be able to date before you acquire or merge. And it's a combination. I think there are folks who take a top-down approach, and it's CEOs setting the culture post-acquisition or post-merger, others who feel like it should be driven bottom-up. And I think it's a combination of top-down, bottom-up, collaborating to drive post-merger integration. Because that is, statistically, it's the biggest reason that mergers or acquisitions fail. So maybe pay more attention to the dating phase.
Sure. Would you like to add something?
I think Rajiv's used an excellent analogy as with any marriage. I mean, I was sort of coming at it a little bit from the same angle. Wouldn't have chosen quite the same words. I thought it was brilliant, actually. I'm going to remember that. But just in terms of the things that can go wrong, it's personality differences from people. It's valuation expectations. It's cultural differences. It's geographies that do things in very different ways. It's distraction actually from the core business, but which I think can be a real issue if you're trying to sort of, engage in some of these discussions whilst at the same time running pretty hard from an organic growth perspective as well. So, but actually, pretty much all of those things, other than the last point, which can be done by having some good advisors on board and a lot of support from shareholders, every other of the aspects that have been, I think, are the biggest risks and potential red flags can be solved, I think, exactly by the points that Rajiv just made about actually spending time getting to know the business and making sure that there aren't any surprises, that you do have a shared common vision, that there is genuine understanding about the path ahead as a unit, not just the sum of, not just the individual parts. So I think that'd be my additions to that.
Craig?
It is fascinating, actually, advising clients in the space, because a large number of the failures in M&A are due to lack of integration and lack of having a plan. So the key things I always advise is have a plan, but test that plan before you buy it. And you test it through the due diligence process and this kind of dating process. Because if that's not working, it's a really bad sign for once you close the deal. I'm always amazed at how many big corporates still mess this up. There's a global bank, one of the top 10 that shall remain nameless for this panel. But there was an interview with the CEO 6 months after they'd acquired a substantial business. And they said, how's it going? And he said, well, we're still working out how to fit it in with our global businesses. I mean, it's astounding to me that you would buy something and not have a plan for what's going to happen on day one. It's also astounding because you're not going to get the value from your customers who are going to be concerned, your suppliers are going to want to know what's going on, and of course, most importantly, your people who really, if they know on day one we're going to do this, 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 and sometimes if it's a public company, there may be restrictions on who's in the loop. But certainly on day one, when it's publicly announced, you can have a plan and not say, we'll get back to you in 6 months, by which time a lot of the people would have left. I mean, we've seen the fiasco with Twitter in the United States. You know, making big pronouncements and having no detailed plan is generally not the way to do things.
Omar, you want to?
So, wow, I think they had, it's not here. So I think I'm more likely 100% agree with what has been said, because before getting to you need to do your due diligence process, I mean, from the acquirer perspective. So clearly, from my understanding as a founder, it's more likely having the early conversation with who you're dealing with, doing your own due diligence process, because when people are talking about due diligence, they will just go from the other way, right? From the acquirer to the founder. But you need also to understand, I mean, which are the key values of, you know, that company that acquiring you, and then what is exactly, I mean, your expectations, what you're looking for. Again, you need to have a clear plan on it. So if you're not ready again, don't just rush for that, because I will go to another point where sometimes, you know, people do just need collaboration between startups. I mean, from the horizontal level, because when we are taking the example from Yovante, when we started our scale plan, so let me just get back, coming from a very tiny country, Senegal, I mean, scaling is a must, so you don't have a choice, actually. An example of that, you can have a great product, like a great market and all those things, but the whole Senegalese population is 17 million, versus any other, I mean, even with the, you know, let's say, not bad product, but let's say a lesser good product than you in Nigeria, in Lagos alone, with over 20 million. That is just, you know, overpopulating the whole Senegalese population. Then they might be gaining more interest and more, you know, traction than you. So you don't have a choice, actually. And then you have all the other barriers, like language barriers, like cultural barriers, and all those things. So you need to be able to find key players, and then mainly looking for not only corporates, of course, as been said, the corporate process could take time, and then it's more complicated. So it's always about finding key players, I mean, key local players that could back you up at least, even if they're not involved on the operational level, they could help you get things done. Usually what you need in terms of organic growth from that perspective, as you already have validated your market, where you come from, and validated your product. So what you need to know is to understand certain cultural sensibilities, local context. It's also really important when you come to Africa. As you know, from ourselves, as what we are solving, it's something that we are already seeing all across the continent. You know, people sending parcels on rooftop of buses, taxis, motorbikes, and that's the informal way of delivering things. You know, it could be from Dakar to even South Africa here. Go to the Civic Center, you will see the same thing, the same practice that's happening in Nairobi, in Lagos. So it's pretty much the same thing. So we're not, you know, thinking that if that will work or not, because, you know, we're just adding our tech on top of what already existed. So what we needed from that was just to have local players that could solve things locally, help us, you know, understand better the local differences, the local culture, so that we could provide all things that we learned from the other markets and, you know, our set of processes and all those things to make it a success. And then that's how we, you know, we're doing it. So that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you. Is it okay for me to come in just with a closing comment here?
Yeah.
Just on the point of due diligence, it's pretty much a black box, right? Especially onshore in Africa in some ways. And I think there are great things we can push forward just to bring not necessarily harmonization across, but like principles that we can all rely on and could work for particular players in different ways. So I just want to also, you know, shout out that the Digital Collective Africa, they've got a working group going on due diligence and trying to create toolkits around this, right? So I think that there can just be a greater degree of transparency, just upholding ourselves to better standards around it. And of course, what Rajiv noted is that, you know, there may be something on the due diligence sheet that is in black and white, but the dating history is not on that sheet necessarily. So, you know, your dating history goes with you wherever you go next. And I think it's important for African founders to make sure that they uphold the best standards in the way that they're doing business.
We have time for 2 questions from the audience. Anybody? Okay. Anybody want to make another statement? Anything we didn't get to?
I think the one thing that I often try to also encourage founders to think about is reverse acquisition is not beyond the realm. We work, all of us work in African Startup Inc., or whatever we want to call it. I try not to use the word ecosystem. And the reality is that this market is made up of different types of whom have done an incredible job of raising incredible amounts of money. And that's their strength. Building an incredible product, being able to scale organically, inorganically, may not actually be their strength, right? So if you are a founder, and I work with examples of these, whose strength is to build incredible products, create really great value across a value chain, and have a really, really realistic path to profitability, don't be distracted by the founder in an adjacent market or even in your market who's done an incredible job of raising money but actually hasn't done much with it. Reverse acquisition could be a realistic option for you. And I think that's something worth thinking about and exploring a bit more in this market.
Craig?
Yeah, I think the one comment, which is a comment I'd heard before from a really smart VC, was that his view was that every time as a startup you can remove a risk, you can create value. And I thought it was a really useful insight, that as you try and make sure that you have less red flags that are going to scare away an acquirer or a follow-on investor, and build more green flags, things that will attract them in those 4 categories I talked about earlier. That's what I'd really encourage you to do. And as a startup founder, every night you go to bed thinking about the key risks in the business. So it's also productive for your business, even if you don't plan to exit, because it allows you to focus on the things that really matter, which is, of course, the product, technology, and your customers.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got 1 question. Yeah.
1, 2, okay. I really like the dating analogy. I'm just thinking practically and in reality, founders are not coming to the table talking to acquirers on equal footing. So, you know, you spoke about there's an existential issue or a cash flow issue, but I'm just thinking even at any point in the growth stage of a business, whenever they talk to potential acquirers, it's not an equal footing. So unlike in the dating space, there's equal dignity between the 2 people. And yes, one can talk about, the founder, obviously, they love their business, they love, and they believe what they can do with their business, but, you're at this table trying to convince someone to kind of buy into that kind of idea. So I'm just thinking, does the analogy then not fail there? And maybe what are some ways that founders can come to the table and really believe in their business and kind of date on equal footing, but not come across as arrogant, because there's also that issue that acquirers tend to think that founders are arrogant just because they're very confident about their business.
Some advice from the panel as closing remarks?
I really like the 4-point framework that Craig put forward. We're never going to be in a world where anyone is on equal footing. But I think if you utilize a framework like that, you know, you bring the best that you can to the table, and that should be enough if it's a deal that's meant to happen.
Great.
Maybe since it was the analogy I brought up, I would disagree that, sticking with the analogy in the dating sense, that we're on equal footing when I meet someone, and I'll use myself. I would say I'm on equal footing with the person I'm in a relationship with, but it's about putting yourself in, and I mean, she's higher than I am if you were to compare us. It would be understanding the fact that we make decisions as human beings, the rational side of our brain. If you go back to neuroscience, right? It's the emotional side of our brain that ultimately drives decision-making processes. And so you may not be on equal footing, but just like the dating analogy, it's about putting yourself in an environment where your positive attributes are highlighted more than maybe a cash flow issue.
Great. I think that's a great closing remark on a great analogy. Thanks, guys. Thank you to the panel. Thanks for listening. I think everybody will be around maybe just for a couple of minutes more for conversations. I'm guessing. Thank you for coming. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Check, check, check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, keep that applause going for our panel. Thank you so much. Handshake. Don't have a mic anymore. Handshakes and smiles all around. Keep the applause one more time for that panel. As I told you, I'm going to be pushing you to do that all night, all day. And probably all night too, you know me. Gentlemen, I can... No, please. Yeah, kind of my job. All right, thank you very much. So, behind the scenes, me and my co-host, we've delineated who's going to handle keynotes, who's going to handle panels, who's going to handle pitches. So if you see me, that means something very fun and exciting is going to be coming up. Can you guess what it is? Is everybody asleep? Did we not have our coffee? Can we guess what it is? There we go, pitching. You see, it was an easy one. It was a softball, underhanded. Exactly, we're moving into our first pitch challenge of the day, of our 3 days, in fact. You're going to be seeing many, many different pitch challenges and battles, challenges from our sponsors, battles competing for a prize, and also these startups, are working towards, these currently are Series A, but we also have pre-seed, seed, and much more mature startups that you can meet and greet in our deal room or just grab them by the arm, as I like to do. So, if we can get our jury mic'd, I would like to introduce them. One handheld mic for the jury table, please. Thank you very much for the chairs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Do I see my jury? Yeah. Kathy Saul of the ITC based in Geneva, come on down. A round of applause, please. Peter van der Sea from Invenfin. And lastly, Nivesh Pather from Norsken 22. A big round of applause for our jury. They're in the hot seat. You guys are going to sit there and you're going to listen to a lot of innovative and interesting solutions. They have the hard time of judging them and qualifying and classifying them. That being said, as I said this morning, what you're seeing is 5 minutes of probably a year and a half, 18 months, a year or longer of work. I find that to be very exciting. Yep. We've got a mic for our jury. They've got their note-taking abilities ready. We've got our startups lined up. Give me a thumbs up, someone on the sidelines. Yep. All right. Do we have our slides ready to rock and roll? 1 minute for the slides. See, I knew there was going to be something. What did I say this morning? Start before you're ready. It's funny because I come from a background of theater and cinema. I grew up and learned to talk about poetry, and I learned to talk about plays and cinema. And so I actually have a tendency to have a lover of language. And so these words that we throw around, such as sustainability, or ecosystem and things of that nature, actually they really resonate me because I take a moment and I stop and I think about what ecosystem actually means. So when we think of ecosystem, we think innovation these days. We think of sparks and movement and technology. But in reality, ecosystem is a biological term. And it's not just the battle of nature and organisms eating and feeding off of each other. But whether you know it or not, the Neanderthals died out to the Homo sapiens not by tribal warfare, but actually their first interactions were collaboration. And in ecosystem, actually what proliferates life is collaboration and working together. And whether you believe it or not, that is the true human spirit. And in the ecosystem we find ourselves here today, it is still incredibly true. So keep that in mind when you're working and talking with somebody. This person in front of you could be in a field completely unrelated to your own. Theater and cinema, I speak to people constantly who are out of my field. But I know that I just met this investor or that startup and they can collaborate. So the first thing I do is say, hey man, let me introduce you to this person. All right, without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Lania Express, somebody I know quite well. Lania? Line of Finance. Damn it, I'm so close. Line of Finance, based in Tanzania. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Tony Misokia, co-founder and a director from Line of Finance. So, in the market, everything is prepaid. If you want to buy it on credit, you must have collaterals or guarantee. Well, we know 76% of our population are informally employed, which means affordability is a problem. And in addition to that, most of the financial products that are offered in the market do not address the Islamic population. Now the question is, how do we address affordability to achieve inclusive finance? So as Line of Finance, we came up with a solution that's a digital platform. It offers instant credit as a payment plan at the point of purchase. No need for collateral. It's connected to multiple data sources to build a customer profile. And at the same time, it can be embedded into any transaction while being fully Sharia compliant. Now, the platform allows us to achieve multiple downstreaming effect. For example, in device financing, we're able to increase the sales of the partner merchant up to 35%, so which not only benefits the consumers, but also the businesses. We're here to make a difference. And what we do is just to make financial services available, accessible, and affordable. We are projecting by the year 2025 to reach an annual recurring customers of around 6 million, which translates to around 100 million in revenue annually. And potential, the area that we are targeting to enter is around 100 million clients within the East African area. Our unique thing about Line of Finance is that, one, we built a platform that gives us ability to rapidly scale. In addition, this is the first platform in Africa that allows the customer to choose the type of credit they want to access, whether is it a conventional loan or a Sharia compliant loan. And lastly, we also have credible and strong partner network. So, it is fully digital, it is scalable, proven market fit, and the concept has been successful so far. What we're lacking is funding for scale-up. In addition to the 3 founders, me being one of them, Lina employs 21 experts. In addition, we also have a board and advisors. So what we're here for, we're looking for investment of $5 million, which is a combination of debt and equity. Thank you, and I invite questions.
Hello? There we go. Hi, thank you. That was great. You just talked about proven product market fit or market fit. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit? Sort of what makes you say that you have that proven product market fit? For Series A, we've got to really understand that.
right, so I'll go to this slide. So as I've explained that we give instant credit for the consumers. So we started in 2019, where we piloted this project in partnership with Vodacom in Tanzania. And as Vodacom, their primary use case is device financing. They're trying to transform their customers from using 2G to 4G because 2G network is quite expensive. So we did a pilot in 2019, and then end of 2020, we were able to roll it out nationwide. And we are receiving, currently we have a subscriber base of around 500,000, and we have only been able to finance around 10,000. So the demand is really big, and customers have been really happy with what we've been able to offer. In addition to another vertical is that most of the customers, after they finish paying for their devices, they've started demanding for other products that they want to pay on a payment plan. That's when we introduce a vertical of insurance, where majority of the gig economy, like border riders, they really use our service to buy insurance because that's the only platform that gives them ability to pay on a payment plan. So everyone is really happy, and we are seeing the repayment is quite good. Thank you.
Great. Just a follow-up question from my side is, can you just explain what your credit book is like and what your credit underwriting process is? And lastly, how is it Sharia compliant? That's interesting.
Okay, so currently the total portfolio is around $500,000. So the customer subscribe into the platform. Once they subscribe, they give us a consent for us to access their data from the mobile operator. So majority of our customers are unbanked, so they only use mobile money. So once they give a consent, the network operator gives us data, GSM data as well as mobile money consumption, and we have our own credit scoring and decision engine that analyzes this data and make instant decision and build a profile. Then the customer knows that my credit limit is, let's say, 100,000 rands. So once they go into any shop, this is the screenshot of an application. But so they just put a merchant number, and they pay by credit using the credit limit that we've given. Alternatively, if the customer doesn't have a smartphone, all the merchants have a business interface, a portal, and a mobile application as well, where they just capture your mobile number and the NIDA number. So in Tanzania, all the SIM cards are biometrically registered. So once they do that, and the customer receives an SMS through the SIM card that was used to register, and SMS is normally a consent again. Once that is given, on the back end, our system achieves data from the telco, make instant decision, and then we give a payment plan to the customer. So that's how it works.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, jury, and anybody else who would like to ask this young man a question. Please don't hesitate to grab his attention. I would like to welcome to the stage Bazao from the Ivory Coast. Make your way down, please. Clicker, clicker, clicker.
Hey, can you hear me? Can I get the slides, please? Yeah, it's just after. Okay. Can't pitch your slides, sorry. All right, that's fine. Hello everyone. My name is Aurélien Duval-Delors. I'm the founder and CEO of Bizao. As you can learn from my accent, I'm French. I used to work at Orange, and then I switched to the startup side. Very happy to be here. Last time I was in Cape Town 4 years ago, I was at Orange, so it's very different from now. What is Bizao? It's a mobile payment infrastructure, which is currently live in 10 countries, maybe mostly Francophone countries, but we are expanding African-wide. We are building payment gateways for the digital economy. Why is that? Is because that's quite a maze if you want to access local payment solutions in Africa, 42 countries, and I mean, I won't pitch you again the problem. You all know what's going on. What we've done is in our region, so it's mostly Francophone markets. We have done something quite unique. We have airtime, we have wallets and we have cards. I think we are the only one bringing all these payment options together. Comes from my telco DNA. I know about the airtime payment, which is something a bit complex but manageable. And then this platform is then open up to anyone who wants to use it. So far, we work with content providers, so it's I don't know, TV shows, video games, sports. And then we opened to travel companies, retail companies, banks, financial utilities, everything. So we cover 200 million customers, roughly 10 countries, all payment methods. And what we do is 3 things on the value chain. We are processing the money, and we are doing acquisition of all the companies. So it's a massive project, let's say, but doable because we are live and it works. Concretely speaking, what happens for our partners is that first, online, they can install Bizzo APIs on the web payment page, you know, or on an app. But we are also integrated with a lot of POS devices, whether they're Android-based or whether it's Ingenico old-style devices. We also provide the bulk payment platform where you can upload all the CSV file and pay multiple persons or integrate via APIs. And also we power mobile remittance, international remittance to mobile money, because basically our platform is cash in, cash out. So we master the infrastructure, and whoever wants to use it is using it. And now we're even seeing bridges between international remittance and local payment. That's super interesting because maybe the diaspora can pay for local bill. So we're building all that on top of the platform. Super interesting. We work with everyone. It can be utilities like the Vivendi Group that are providing the fiber optic network in Francophone Africa, and we are the billing platform. We work with Jamo, who's a neobank in Ivory Coast. We are powering the stuff. Playing Wing and First Screen are international content providers who use our platform to connect to more than 500,000 customers in Francophone Africa. We work with banks. Here is Beach Bank Group, GT Bank, but there's also EcoBank, UBA, everyone. We work with Amadeus for the travel, Small World for retail, for remittance. We grew 400% in volume this year, and next year the plan is to grow by 500%. So we're really accelerating. We do that with 4 people, well, me and 3 other nice persons, basically based in Abidjan and Paris. And sorry, there's missing part. Okay, sorry, let's go back. We are a group of 60 people currently, spanning across Paris, Abidjan, Dakar, Douala, and soon Kinshasa. We've raised 8 million euro back in June, mainly with AfricInvest, Seedstars Venture Capital, and Adeli. Not raising, but we're very happy to engage conversations with for the Series B, which is not necessarily for now, but yeah, that's it. I'm very happy to answer any question about the business model and anything we could do together. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So you operate in a very competitive market. So my question is, how do you differentiate yourself from all the other players that offer the same service that you give, and how big do you think you can be?
Right. So it's very competitive in maybe Nigeria, where there's probably 400 fintechs, but in Francophone Africa, you don't have more than 4 or 5 fintechs that are really able to manage a lot of flows. So it's not that crowded for once. Well, we're the only player coming that's actually for Africa wide, except MFS, who comes from MTN, and I come from Orange. But we basically have the same investor, by the way. So that's very important because mobile payment in Africa, it's a telco story for now, except Wave, but it's very related still to telcos. So you have to master a business network, you have to master technology wide, how the mobile money is structured, whether it's over USSD or in the back end. And then you need to master also all the financial flows. So you need to work with every financial department of each telco to make sure that you get the money on time and that you can pay your merchants on time. So the mobile money industry is not just about mastering some APIs. The most complex part is having the right business relationship with all the telcos and making sure that they pay you on time. And that's about human relationship, that's about business network, that's about belonging to the telco world. And that's where I come from. So that's the big difference.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry we're pressed for time, but please give a big round of applause for Bazao, please.
Thank you.
Now, welcome to the stage, based in South Africa, Yobanti Express. Mic is on. Speak. Sorry, we have a bit of technical difficulties, obviously, with this lovely synth. Ah, there it is, Yobanti Express. So we'll set the timer for you. You can stop dancing, my man, even though you do it brilliantly. Take it away.
All right. Delivering packages in Africa is a complete nightmare. The process is expensive, unreliable, and sluggish. To send a parcel from a city to the next, it can cost up to $40. The parcels are often lost with no trackability and no accountability, and it can take up to 3 days. To solve this, rather than a new technology, we was actually looking at something very old. Yobanti is a cutting-edge technology that has been around for 5,000 years. Yobanti Express is a web and mobile platform that connects e-commerce, retailers, businesses, and individuals with independent and casual carriers that will handle deliveries from point to point. To start a journey, a client requests a delivery using our app or can go directly to a convenient nearby relay point. Once the independent agent packs the item into a Yobanti branded parcel and attaches a shipping label that contains a unique online tracking barcode. Our machine learning algorithm determines an optimized route for that package all the way to the end destination. A motorbike rider, a bus driver, a taxi driver, a passenger, or anyone owning a vehicle will then bring that parcel to the next point. And that process iterates over and over until the very last mile delivery. At that point, the recipient uses a unique 4-digit PIN code to confirm the receipt of the parcel. Since we launched in Senegal just over 3 years ago, we have a resilient mesh network of over 3,000 hubs and over 2,500 independent and casual carriers. We're currently delivering for over 500 business clients, including e-commerces, financial services such as Wave, and even certain logistic companies as competition. Why? Because we provide a guaranteed delivery at 40% cheaper and twice as fast than existing solution. On average, we charge $6 per delivery. We pay 50% to the carriers, another 25% to the relay points, and we keep the remaining 25% as our income. We are currently delivering over 186,000 parcels in a month and generating over $1 million revenue per month. And our gross margin of that is that 20% of that. In Senegal, the formal market is estimated to be 7.2 million a parcel, while the informal market is over 25 million of parcels. For the rest of Africa, nobody knows how big the market is, but we do. We have done a statistical survey that says estimated to be 3 billion parcels, and none of those parcels are being tracked. Yobante Express is providing, for the first time ever, 4 major logistic corridors of Africa. We have a footprint in exactly 23 markets where we have 10 teams in 10 countries, including South Africa. We also do pilots between Africa and Europe, targeting diaspora. I'm myself a computer science engineer, the CEO, with over 9 years experience in digital, and 1 year PhD in machine learning. My co-founder coming from the entertainment business, and our CTO with over 10 years experience in digital. We have an 86 staff team. Last year, we completed our $1.2 million seed round, and we are raising $30 million as a Series A round to reach critical mass on all the markets that we are, and we are looking for A-grade VCs that could help us on deal flow, on distribution, and on the Asian network. We have a lead candidate which is already ready to give us a term sheet of $15 million, so we're looking for another A-grade that could complete that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Omar. Really interesting. Can you just remind us, so you're focused purely on last mile? And
so we're doing first mile, last mile, domestic, and cross-border.
Awesome. And can you just tell me how you handle security of the underlying packages? I know insurance through the platform. And then last question is just, how do you acquire supply sites, your underlying drivers, and your hubs?
Very interesting question. How we do that with Yobante Express, we have so many processes from the onboarding to the KYCs, but as well as we have our rating model. We're getting our carriers because anyone could be a carrier. Anyone could download our app, anyone owning a vehicle, anyone traveling. So how we do ensure the security, we're leveraging on KYC processes as well as a support team. We have 2 types of support team. We have the logistics support team and, of course, the sales and marketing support team that is backing the technology and tracking every moves of every parcels. And on top of that, we do have a delivery guarantee, some sort of insurance. So the little story behind that was back on 2019, out of 96,000 parcels we delivered, we just had 3 parcels losses. So actually that was 2 damaged parcels and 1 loss, which means the risk is 0.003%, so which is quite very low. So we decided ourselves to charge for every parcel that we deliver an extra delivery guarantee. So that's something like a free money for us on top of our delivery offer. Thanks.
Thanks, Omar. So you mentioned several segments. So last mile, cross-border, the first mile. Where do you make the most money? Where the profit comes from? Yeah.
So most of our profits are coming from the domestic segment and the last mile segment. Because of it takes us 6 months to get our markets connected to another. What we're trying to do and what we have achieved was to build the corridor, which means now we have the Western African corridor that is completed, which means on the next month, we're expecting that segment also to be in a significant shares of the markets that we're already earning right now. You're welcome. Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We take an extra second just for our black screen to get sorted. Do we have Tier Hall ready to rock and roll? Tier Hall, come on down. We've got a mic, we've got a clicker, we've got Tier Hall coming down to the main stage. Give him a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. 5 minutes on the clock, a few minutes for Q&A. You can take it away.
Hello guys, this is Mohammed Al-Bagher from Tirhal. I'm coming from Sudan. I'm definitely not the younger, but I'm the shortest one now. So, what is Tirhal? Oops, 1 second. So Tirhal is a kind of a super applications that providing that ride hailing, ride sharing for delivery and grocery and even delivery for the pharmacies. The HQ is in Dubai and actually we are focusing in the LCD, which is the least development country in Africa, the Sahara countries. We're having 88% Sudanese market share as we started since 2016, and we are intended to expand it in Tanzania by end of this quarter. We're actually in a process to getting the license from the LATRA. The unique selling point that the affordability and localization and multiple service integration. The unique users, I mean the passengers, monthly basis is about 127 monthly basis passenger and a 14K active driver. Active driver is coming from 100,000 active registered driver. So the revenue as of 2021 was $14 million, and in 2022, we annualized to $22 million. We're actually making now the $18 million. We're having a fundraising now for up to 10 million to support the product and geographically the expansion. So the nutshell that we have a 31 million completed trip and having 84 million as a revenue from these trips. Monthly basis, 900,000 ride booking and 70% EBITDA margin, and it's always we have the EBITDA margin in a positive. Registered driver at 88,000 with 36% cashless transactions. You see that the most of the African countries that they're not preferring that they have a cash payment, so we have over 60% in a payment. So the rationale of the investment that we have, it looks a lot, but I'm going in a story about these things. Don't worry, I'm not wasting your time. So the rationale about this that we are going to lead the mobility in the Sahara countries, the LCDs, that we having a problem in infrastructure. So we're kind of creating a technology that providing a ride sharing and the ride hailing. Leading in experience and management, that why we are putting ourselves in this shoe, because we're having a kind of experience. You see that the Sudan is the other, like other countries, like a DRC, like a Chad, and the other countries, they have a problem in infrastructure, even a governmental support. So what we're doing upon our experience, are implementing the experience that we have in a technology way. So what is exactly the problem? The problem for the transportation is that it's messy. It's kind of messy, and the public is unsafe, and also it has a problem in affordability and reliability, and also the bargaining that you're going with the taxi riders. So what we're doing, that we embedded the technology by having the applications that facilitate in their transportation, not also for the passengers or the goods. So we have two solutions around the ride hailing, I mean the taxis. So we have a two kind of a way, I mean, by booking an order. The regular way is having with the applications, that's normal. And the second thing, by calling the call center. So why the call center? Because there is a kind of, the major users, they don't have a smartphone, so they cannot using the USSD, so they just simply can calling the call center and booking the ride. And plus of that, we can use the application without the internet in an area that they have a problem in the internet. We have a multiple, what call it the service type, like you can see here, the service type, I mean the vehicles itself. So, ride hailing again, about the solutions that we have for the driver. The drivers, and when they download the application, they have two options. Either we go to percentage from the ride, or we have a subscription model. And a subscription model for the driver is something that unique in the region, they don't have it. Usually the other competitor doing a subscription for the passenger side as a promo code, as a promotions, but we do it for the driver side. So he paying upfront and he having a free, I mean all the profit from the trip, it will be in a driver wallet. So this is, we're reducing the fraud and increasing the acceptance rate. So also for the passenger, we have more than 3 million downloads since ever. And with the revenue is 84 million US dollars, there is 85% revenue to the driver and only having a 15% for the company. So this is the metro. What is the metro? Is the ride sharing. So it's quite simple. We're drawing a line, fixed line, and you find it in applications, and you're having the virtual stations. You book from station A to the station B, and then you have a car that taking you from A to B with other passengers. That's quite simple. So the driver, I mean, this fleet is not owned by the company, but is actually from the individual that register in a company. So here is an example for the lines as it's showing in the colors. So when you go to the applications, you'll find it.
So much to say, so little time. Let's hear from our jury. Let's give him a big round of applause, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. That's very interesting. A couple of questions. First of all, your revenue, is that proper revenue or is that GMV?
Yes, it's a proper revenue.
Proper revenue, okay.
Yes.
So your take rate 15% and EBITDA positive margin, which is...
Yes, exactly. We have 15%, 20%, and we have the subscription model.
Cool, it's a very good place to be in today's fundraising climate.
Yeah, thank you.
Then just a question of how big can ride hailing, just to simplify it and not think about all your various models, but just how big can ride hailing be on a revenue level, if you like, in Sudan?
Well, now we're having an 88% for the market share. 88% for the market share in Sudan. And we have an opportunity now in Tanzania. Actually, there are other competitors who just left the country.
And what's your biggest threat in terms of competitors? There's obviously the likes of Bolt, Uber. They're not operating in your market, I take it, maybe too small?
Yeah, they're taking themselves out for some countries. Yeah. This is the one. The second thing, the subscription model. They don't have it for the driver. They have it for the passenger. And actually, the driver, he is the one who's making the service for you.
Well, once again, well done for having growth and being profitable.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Big round of applause again, please. And thank you. Yeah, you can keep that applause going. I like it. You like it. We all like it. I'd like to thank our jury, Ms. Kathy Stahl, Peter Van Der Sea, and Nivesh Pather. They're going to scribble down their last little notes, put their heads together, and figure out who's going to be our winner from this pitch challenge of Series A. I would also like to take just 30 seconds to thank Yobanti Express, Lena Finance. Can we get a round of applause for the startups, please? Because as I keep telling you, 3 minutes to talk about all of that work is not easy, and I'm glad I actually don't have to do it. So I'm going to skip forward because we've got something very exciting coming up for you. Jeezy peasy. This is a lot of slides. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Tier Hall. All right. So you can find all of our startups who just pitched down in the deal room, so you can sit down in a quiet place and actually go into the details. All those slides you just saw me click past, he will be able to take the time and walk you through them in the way it's supposed to be done. So, who can guess what's coming up next? Exactly. You guys worked up an appetite. Are we ready for lunch and networking? Speaking of food and drink, I can also remind you that right here in the Old Biscuit Mill, at the end of the day, we're going to kick off our innovation night, which is a great time for us to have a drink, relax after hearing all this content, let it seep through, mix and mingle and network as we know how to do. How does that sound? Yeah, see, you're too hungry. You're not paying attention. Be like, innovation, what now? Just leave me alone. I'm going to eat. So make your way outside. Have a good bite to eat. Let's bring up some of that music. Play them out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.